Afternoon, everybody. How we doing? We're back. We're back again. Back again. It was a bit dark. It's a lovely day out there. Very nice. So we've got quite a few in already. I think it looks like Anthony was knocked off the top again. He always gets knocked off the top. Oh, hello. My phone seems to be playing me as well. That's a bit spooky. I don't want to see too many of me. Oh dear. Hope it's all right wherever you are. Certainly been a nice week last week. Bit of snow and sleet yesterday here, but nothing settled. Nothing major. So the first one on my list here is Timothy Kahn. Is it or isn't it? Yes, it is. Yeah, he said he wouldn't like to tackle one of these. It's one of those things. Once you've done a few, they're not too bad, but it's a horrible thing to work on. Rick 1. That's a nice radio as well. Yes, it was. Certainly was Robert's first set with an integrated circuit. It's got a weird, another weird thing inside those Rick ones. I can't remember what it's called now. Afternoon to you, Derek. We've got Phil Taylor. Hi, Phil. Rob Cross is in, and Rob's very kindly given me a super chat already, so thank you very much, Rob. Michael Hyde. Hi, Michael. Robert's in. Hi, Robert. Lovely day in Cambridge. Nice. Hope radio works for me today. I hope it does. I'm sort of quietly confident, Rob. There's Anthony. He's in again. Knocked off the top. Afternoon, Chris. Chris Milky. Barry Charney. Hi, Barry. David Tagg. Colin Parnell. Benji's in. Mr. Stream Elements is in. Mike Atlantis. Hi, Mike. Mick McGinn. Luigi. Mac Vision 3D. And Harvey. The old crowd is in. Well, I had a bit of a play with this earlier in the week. In fact, I think it was Monday or Tuesday, maybe. I think it was Monday. Decided to crack on. Carther, good afternoon to you, Carther, or morning or evening, wherever you are. So yeah, I carried on. I put the other capacitors in the module, put it back together. And I didn't stop there. I thought, well, I'd have a quick look at see if I could find out what this problem was. And I think I found it. I think I found what was stopping this radio working, where we weren't getting any audio out of the thing. Because if you remember back to last Sunday, we tested the module, and the module was actually working. Not brilliantly, but it was working despite the transistors having shorts. So it was a bit of a head scratcher. Something somewhere was pulling the signal down. So if you remember, I checked through all the transistors, no issues with those. Well, what I didn't do and what I should have done is on the trader sheet, I did notice that there was a transistor chart, and I missed that when I looked, because I can remember remarking that it would be useful to have a transistor chart with all the voltages on it. And I didn't think there was one, but I'm pretty sure that there was. I just missed it. Nothing new there. Yeah, there is. I mean, you can see it here. I've got it on the side at the moment, but we have got voltages here, look, for emitter, base, and collector. If we go back to the circuit diagram, if you can remember, I was getting 9 volts on TR1 for some reason. On all the junctions, I couldn't work out why. Well, I think I know why now. So if we go to the main camera, I'll stick myself up in the corner, out of the way. So this is the chassis. I've deliberately not progressed this too far because I didn't want to spoil you being sort of joining along with it. But I'm sure you can see that I've put in a couple capacitors. Basically, they're much easier to get to with the module out of the way. So I've done those two. And I basically tested all these caps in circuit. Oh, to get this one on really. I tested them all in circuit, and you know, you get some of them, they say in circuit leaky, don't they? So let's go on to this one. Yeah, they say in circuit leaky. Well, normally that means they're in circuit. It's very rare that they're actually leaky, but that's always the ones that you look at first if you suspect something's wrong. So that's the ones that I pulled, and no major howlers until I got to this one. Now this is the 470 microfarad. Let me just get you in a bit closer. Let's get you down, because we need to be on the meters here really. So yeah, this is 470 microfarads. It's one of these Philips ones. At 10 volts, axial. Nice, pretty cap. So let's have a quick look at the circuit. So that capacitor is C15. It's marked as 400 microfarads on this sheet, but you can see that C15 is in here. If we follow this out, this is the one of the outputs from the module. I believe this is the AFC line. I'm not 100% sure. Because we've got another output from the module here which does long medium wave, and it's sort of linked in with the VHF switch up the top here and the AFC switch. I mean, I think that is one of the main outputs from the module. Well, C15 sits in here. This top rail is a negative, it comes right the way down and it joins the positive rail on the bottom. Similar to C24 really, because I mean C24 was the one that we suspected, and in circuit this one was reading in circuit stroke leaky. Well, different story out of circuit. Different story out of circuit. So let's stick it on the ESR meter first. Now, I'm not saying this is actually the issue, but let's just have a look to see what this one says. Let's get the glare off of that one if we can. Test it. It's taking its time. So this is what I was having when it was in circuit leaky. That's exactly what I was getting when it was actually in the circuit, but now it's actually out of the circuit. So that would indicate it's leaky. Oh, it's not fair, is it, Luigi? So it's obviously not measuring. So I thought, well, you know, normally when it doesn't measure on the ESR meter, what you do is you ditch that one and you put the old faithful LCR meter in, because that'll read a lower capacitance. So I thought, let's stick it on the LCR meter. So let's stick it on the LCR meter. And hit the button on this one. And what does it say? It says that capacitor is short. In other words, it's a short circuit. Hi Keith, how are you? So that capacitor is short circuited. And as I say, that was, I believe, this one where the brown one is here. It was that cap there. That was where it was sat. RIP. It's well, it should do, shouldn't it? And just to make sure that that is shorted, I mean, we can put this on. We can put the old multimeter in on resistance mode. And if I go across the two terminals, 2 ohms. So if I put that on buzzer, that is a shorted capacitor. So I think that that was the problem. So if we look back at the circuit diagram again, C15. So pretty much that's shorted, positive to negative. I mean, it goes through R12, which was giving us, you know, it wasn't a dead short. It wasn't a dead short on R12, I think was making it not quite so bad, because R12 is sat in the negative rail. And without it in VHF, I mean, it's, yeah, R12 would be stopping it from being a dead short. So that's going across there. So it's taking our signal from our module and basically dumping it to ground, or in this case, dumping it down to the positive rail. This whole positive negative reverse thing is a bit baffling for me, so apologies. So there you are, C15 short, and that would be taking the signal from the module and dumping it to ground. You know, obviously we were getting a signal out of the volume pot to the base of TR1, but nothing from there on. So, you know, I'm not saying that we're out of the water yet, but certainly that looks like the case. So let's get the camera zoomed back out again. Because in the background here, you can see we've got Frankie hooked up. So that one is kaput. So Frankie's hooked up. He's got my my module that I've refurbed back together on the back of it. It's got the power in. Let's switch it on.
Well, very fun to notice what types of plants thrive here. The water from the streams in the New Forest is acidic, and many tributaries running into the Bewley River have low to medium pH levels. I want to go and get a coffee because I was so excited. And we went out, it was meant to be just for a coffee, and we ended up plant group that the gardens are famous for.
So, the module works. I've tried it on long wave and medium wave as well. But as usual, all the noise in here pretty much wipes it out. But it is working. So there we are. Pretty much our module is ready to go back in the radio. Aston, how you doing, mate? It's a long time since we've seen you. Hope you're all right. Hope you're all A-okay. So there we are. The module is done. Frankie says he's okay, so we'll believe what Frankie's saying. And we'll get Frankie off the bench for another day. So if anyone's wondering what this is a radio without a module in it that I've hot wired and put a power point on, so now we can test modules outside of the radio. So very useful bit of kit. If anyone's thinking of doing these in bulk, then I would recommend that you do that to an old scrap radio. There we are then. Module. It's got to go back in. I think though what we'll do before we do anything else is get the rest of these caps done. Now I've done 4 of them, I believe. Let's get me a little pointer. I've done 4 of them, so I've done these 2 big ones in behind, you can see. So I've got 680 and a 470 in there. There's 2 220s I've done as well, because in circuit they were measuring, let me just get my other camera. In circuit these were measuring as in circuit leaky again, but took them out of circuit, they're fine. That 680 there was pretty high as well. Where's he gone to? Where's the old 680? Yeah, let's just show you that one a minute. Because obviously that should be 680. You're first, Anthony, you are right. What's Harvey saying? That looks interesting. On high voltage caps, apply DC at the rated voltage and a 10 meg voltage meter in series, then watch the charge, or pegged. Right, so this is 680. Gone quite high, nearly 1,000 microfarads, and I don't think, I mean, we've still got a fairly low ESR on that, so I don't think that would have been a major issue. But is that the one that's across the mains? Mains? Where's my goat? Across the input even. I don't know, I've got so many circuit diagrams out here at the moment, I don't know where I'm coming or going here. So let's have a look. What's that? VTR 178. That's all done and dusted, on its way back. R600. Here we go. Because there's one other thing, or a couple other things that I've done. I might as well get to those before I start messing with that. I'll show you the whole scale of what I've been up to this week. Can you remember the wireless for the blind label on the back? The wireless for the blind label. Let me just get my pictures up and we'll go through that. If I can find it. So this was the wireless for the blind label on the back. Pretty good, actually. I say label, it's like a transfer. But this is one of the better ones that I've seen. They're normally quite beaten up and there's very little left of them. This one was pretty good, so I thought I'd give it a scan and see if I could improve it. So that's what I did. That's what I did. So let me just see where I am. Okay. So I scanned it, and then I went over it with some isopropyl just to clean it all off and get rid of any bits on it. So you can see it pretty much fell apart at that stage. I just, as I say, just wanted to clean it off to make sure that the transfer would stick. So I scanned it. Now I've just put all these papers on top of all the other papers now. Oh dear, that'd be organised, isn't it? So I scanned it and did a couple test prints. And there's the label. It's going to blow it out, isn't it? There's a test print on the laser printer. That's upside down, but you know. That's just for our Australian viewers. So there's the label scanned. And what I did then was I popped it on the laser transfer paper. Is it gonna focus? Yeah. So this is transfer paper, sort of stuff that they make transfers for. Thank you, Mr. Rob Cross. Sort of thing they make transfers from. And what I've done is where is it? Oh, this is great. This is great. Bear with me, I'm gonna have to go and get it. I forgot it. It's downstairs. Let me go and get it in a minute, because I need to get the case anyway. It's down cooking at the moment. It's down cooking on the boiler, just drying right off. No, it's not. It's on the stairs, all ready to come up the stairs. So I was halfway there. I have cleaned the case up, and I decided not to go with Danish oil on the sides. Reason being that it's nice and dark, almost like a rosewood finish on the sides of this one. Thank you, Chris. Good smoky. So let's get myself back on. So here's the radio. Now, the guy that wanted this hasn't responded to my email, so it might be that this is going to be up for grabs. Afternoon, Nick. How are you? Thank you, Mac. You remember we had a poll on it? Afternoon, Rob Tiveridge. Sorry, I'm missing people out here. Beer first. So this is the case cleaned up, and I mean it didn't need a lot of doing, but look at the timber on the sides. I mean that is a very nice finish on the sides. Now all I've done with that is I've used this, which we used to use this on our dining room table, and it's got some beeswax in it. So this on the sides gives a really nice sheen to it without being overly glossy, because these were never really glossy. But if I give that another going over, because that's soaked in now. But yeah, I think you'll. So it's come up really nice. I mean, I've left this to dry and just given it another buff over, and you can polish it as much as you want, really. But yeah, that's a lovely colour into that wood, and that just gives it a sheen. It's not some overly glossy. But as I say, the main event is the back. So if I turn it round now. So you can see some of the red through it because it's a transfer, but that is pretty much as good as new. Now I could darken it up by sticking yet another one over the top of it. So I could slide another one over it but end of the day, it's all intact. It's perfectly readable. So I'm quite happy with that. Well pleased with that. Thanks, Aston. David Gregory, how are you? Is the IF amplifier and out amplifier on separate boards? Yes, it is, David. It's on in a module. Welcome, David, by the way. So yeah, there you are. Done. So just one of those things. I didn't really want to go mad on that transfer, but I did want to try and get it back together, and it is. It's very rare that you'll see a complete transfer on one of those. So that is ready to receive the chassis back in. That is finished. And the other thing I've done is given the dial plate a bit of a polish. I mean, it was pretty good, that one, to be fair, but I've given that a polish this morning. I did that. Thank you, Million Chip. So this radio may well be up for grabs if the guy that asked for it doesn't get back in touch with me. I'll give him another email probably tomorrow and see if I can raise him. If not, then it will be up for grabs if anyone's into that. GT Jeff, good afternoon to you, Jeff. If it comes up for grabs, you'll grab it, Chris. Danish bacon rubbed on the side for meat eaters. Good thought, Harvey. Good thought, mate. Thank you, Gavin. Yeah, it is. It's a lovely colour. It is. This was going to be my radio. This wasn't for sale originally. It's only that somebody asked for one, so I said, "Well, I have got one. Don't really want to let it go, but I will do for a price." And I said I'd let him know when I made a start, which I have done. But to date, he hasn't got back in touch with me. So at the moment, it's still my radio. Okay, right. Let's get the rest of these caps done. There's only literally 4 left in here. There's only 4 left. No edge connectors on these, David. This is the main boardlet, so the amplifiers on this circuit board here. There's an FM RF front end here, and inside this module, which I restored last week, so you'll have to look back at last week's video, David, and this came apart, and I've put new transistors and capacitors in that. I will actually get to the photos. Lee Locke, how you doing, mate? Good to see you. Let me get back to the photos, and I will show you. I had problems with my boiler in the week. I had a massive, great amplifier from Brother Trevor. Okay, so this is the amplifier all done, look. So as you saw, I put the AF 125s in there. You still see my writing on it. 3 of those. There's another one there, and all new Nichcon caps. 2.2 and 3/10s. I haven't tried those caps actually, so we'll have a look at them later. But that's the inside of the module. Oh, what else there was on there? Yeah. So there we are. That's what's on the inside of this. I haven't stuck any labels back on it yet because I wanted to make sure it was okay on Frankie first. In case, well, I did give the IF a little tiny tweak. Came up a little bit on AM, FM was no different. So AM, I had a bit of an improvement, but nothing on FM. Sort the legs out. I'll do that in a minute. He says as he does them now, just straightening these up so as they go back in the radio, because these are a pain in the neck to get back in the radio. Not quite as bad as the R707s, because you've got 2 plates either side of the 707, where you've only got 1 on this one, so these are a bit easier to get in. Once that side's in, this side's pretty easy, but it is easier to get these done while you've got the radio out. You were going to give me a shout on your 2001 as well, Lee, so don't forget that. I'll happily have another go at that for you. Right, let's get these other caps out. I watched a good video in the week from Tony Albus. He's done a review on some fume extractors. Well, crack bits of kit, some of those. But strangely enough, they don't ship to the UK, which is a bit of a shame. They are quite expensive, mind you, but a lot cheaper than buying one from, say, RS or Farnell. Right. Les, afternoon to you. What have we got here then? I think this is 15 microfarads, and the negative is at the back. 15. Ooh, stuff falling down as per usual. I think I have got some 15s somewhere. It's a bit of a funny size. I got some 15s. Yes, I have. So yeah, 15 is not a particularly common size capacitor, but they are available. Well, mine are all 63 volts by the looks of it. So how many of those have we got? 2.2. I can't see that one behind. Let's assume we just got the one. Yeah, no worries, Lee. Absolutely no rush whenever you're ready. Whenever you're ready. Got to get this one done. Then I've got to get the white Sovereign 2 done. Then I was thinking of digging out, what was it that Chris was after? The Sovereign 3, I think, Chris, wasn't it? Okay, so let's pop that one in. So that's really the order I'm doing them at the moment. This one should be ready pretty much from today. I've got one other little job to do. Change that tip. I've got one other little job to do before it can go back in the case, well, back together, and that's the headphone socket, which is a real pain in the neck on all of these Roberts radios. Not a great design, unfortunately, where they put them. Right, a little bit of flux. I've seen you out on your bike, Lee. Apologies, I didn't put any comments in there, mate. But yeah, it's quite interesting to see where people live, really, and watch you going through the streets on your bike with your new GoPro. So if anyone follows Lee's channel, he does do a bit of shortwave listening. Well worth a watch, and you can see him riding around his local places on his bike with his new GoPro, which does give a really clear picture, actually. You won't catch me out. Well, I have got a bike. See, I was debating this the other week. I thought, well, you know, I have got a bike. It's not been used, it's been abused, it's been left outside in the elements. It has got a cover over it, but the cover's perished, and well, it basically would need completely refurbing. I was just going to say you wouldn't ever get any footage of me out on the bike, but you never know. You never know. Never say never. It's a long time since I've ridden a bike, though. In fact, we haven't ridden. Me and Mrs. Cruncher got bikes, but we haven't ridden for. We certainly haven't been out on them since we moved here, and that was in 2015. So yeah, fair while ago. Also the problem being now that we've got dogs, and it's always feels a bit unfair really going out and not taking the dogs. It's like leaving your children at home and going to the beach, really, you know. It's that sort of feeling. I'm supposed to be going out walking at the moment, but I've not been too well. I've just started going out walking again, but you know, it's really, I just can't bring myself to go out without taking the dogs, and I do struggle with my my shoulder and my hand at the moment taking them, but I am going to start doing it again. Anyway, that's just irrelevant rubbish, isn't it? You know, we've got to deviate, but no, it was good seeing you, Lee. Knocking a bit on your bike, mate. So negative to the right, and what is this? This is a 2.2. Negative to the right. I've just bought a load of new 2.2s. These are Panasonic, because the Nichicon ones are quite hard to come by at the moment. So negative to the right, but these are good quality, and I try and use 105 degree rated caps for everything if I can. No worries, Lee. Have I got another 2001D to fix? Let me just show you, Lee. Hang on a sec. Have I got another let me just put this one in, actually, because I'll forget where I am else. But yeah, have I got another 2001D to fix? I know Mr. Rob Cross is in the market for one, so one is reserved for Rob. There you go, Lee. Strange that you should say that, because I had these out yesterday. I was going to have a quick play and just have a go through them, really. One is my sort of everyday set, which is, I think it's actually this one. It's my everyday set. This one's been totally done inside. Yeah, this is the one with the lithiums in it. Reinforced battery contacts, have been totally recapped throughout. New dial light in it. It's had the works, this one. So this is my sort of everyday one. It's one of the later serial numbers, actually. This one is 345303, so very high serial number. This one, what have we got on this one? I've got a little label on here. Yeah, this one says SSB and sync not working. Well, I think this is capacitors, because I have had a quick look and I can't find anything physically wrong with it. So I would think that's capacitors, but that's an earlier one, I think. That's 108678. Is that an earlier or later one? I think that's a later one. The earlier ones used different SMDs. So that's a later one. We've got this one here. Now this one differs a little bit in that it hasn't got airband on it. And to be fair, airband on these is pretty rubbish. I think it's 25k steps on it. And not great. It's just something that was put on more of a sort of like, we'll better stick airband on it. How are we going to do it type thing. Not great airband on these, but you know, it does work if you can tune to a station that's exactly on frequency, you're fine. But one of the issues I've got with this one is it's got no battery door on it. It does work, but it's got an intermittent fault. It's I think it's just a dry joint on it, or it might be one of the pots is dirty. So this one needs a complete overhaul. And the last one is this one. This one is sort of mint, apart from I scuffed it here. I can't remember what I dropped on it, so I've got to polish that out. Apart from that, that one's pretty mint. It's got the original Sony label on it. A couple of them have, actually. It's got the strap on it. And what have I put on this one? Oh, right, okay. I paid a lot of money for this one. Yeah. So that's 103316 is the serial number on that one. Yeah, I paid a lot of money for that one. Because they are valuable sets. I mean, you know, you're looking for a good one. They're going sort of up to 300 quid. For a rough one, I don't know, you can pick them up for 150 quid rough, if you're lucky. But even scrappers are going for 100 quid. Crazy. Anyway, that was a bit of a deviation for you there, Lee. So that is my entire collection of 2001D Sonys. Oh, I've got one more, and that's Les's 2010, which is in for repair, and I keep forgetting about that one. I must get that one done for Les. It's got an intermittent noise on it, which we think is transistors, or it could be the IC in it. So there we are, deviation. But yeah, I'm missing a battery door. So if anyone's got a spare battery door, let me know. They can be 3D printed. Right. That's, I guess the 3, you want that. You've got another one to fix. Put it behind the radio. Yeah, it's a good move that was, Rob. You could fix it for me, Lee. What, my bike? It's just rust, mate. It was working fine. There was no issues with how it works. It's got front suspension on it. That might need changing. Ben Humphreys, how you doing, Ben? It's lovely here as well, mate. You got 2 as well, Lee. Yeah. Put a leash on the children. You got a sweet, gentle, kind fur baby. Buster and Bailey, aged 8. Anthony, what sort of price do they go for once done? Really, you're looking, if one's fully sorted, you're probably looking around 300, Anthony. But I don't think you can find one fully sorted. There's not many people that advertise them fixed, and it's a nightmare job to do the capacitors in them. I mean, I've got videos on my channel somewhere of the 2001D recap. I did one for, well, it's Lee's. It was Lee's. It's got an amazing amount of caps in the blooming thing. It's a double-sided board, horrible to work on. SMDs on the back, which are right near where you've got to get to desolder them. It's not a nice radio to work on, really, but they are great radios. Well worth picking one up if you're into that. A flock of 2001Ds. Yours is 339220, so yours is one of the later ones as well, Lee. Yeah, the earlier ones used early SMD resistors and capacitors. They're tubular, they're not great. So, Dave Rhodes, how you doing, mate? Yeah, it's a lovely radio. TV antenna works with airband. I've got an antenna here that works with airband, no problem at all, Lee, but it's just, they're not great on airband. I mean, I'm quite away from any airports. What's David saying? A lot of new radios are using the Silicon Labs radio chips, use direct conversion. Yeah, that's way past these, David. Yeah, there is. It's 3D printed though, milling chip, and it's from the States. If that's the one, there's a pair of them, isn't there? Your sync light isn't working in error 3. Error 3 is battery contacts normally, and the sync light not working could just need alignment, that, Lee. You want new lights on the display too. Oh, it's a real one, not printed. Okay. Yes, not over here though, milling chips. It might not be available to the UK. You want new lights on the display. Oh, the dial light. Yes, yeah. Yeah, that is worth doing, and I've been experimenting recently with dial lights, and they are pretty bright. I mean, some of them are phenomenal. But I've just bought some new LEDs in, Lee, actually. These ones here, which are super bright, but they're diffused, so they're not too harsh. So yeah, I've just got some of those to have a bit of an experiment with. Been messing about with LEDs quite a lot recently. I've got a little test jig made up so I can replicate what the resistor is in each one. Anyway, let's get back to this, shall we? What colour I've got? I've got green. I've got some very, very bright green ones, Lee. Like ultra bright. They really are mentally bright. Because I think it's a 47 ohm resistor in those. So they, I think it's only a 3-volt rail as well, so you are limited to what LEDs you can put in that one. But yeah, I've got green or white. Or white. Right, we've done 2 caps. Let's get the others done. This one here, which is another 2.2. Negative is over that side now. That's right on this wire here. Jess, good afternoon to you. Are solar panels okay? You've been looking into them. Are they worth it, and how's the energy prices like where you are? It's mental here, Jess. I managed to get an oil delivery in the end. It cost me 580 quid. £580, I think, for 500 litres. Normally it's about £200, so it's gone up phenomenally. But solar panels are a good idea. I take it you're on about solar PV, photovoltaic, not solar thermal for heating water. You're on about it for electric, Jess. They are good. I'm not sure what the deals are at the moment. I used to be a surveyor, technical surveyor for solar PV. British Gas rolled it out right near the end of my time, really. So I was doing the surveys for it. Interesting. Rent a roof, I would say steer clear of. All sorts of issues with rent a roof. If you can get a grant or can afford to buy it, then I would. But I don't know what the feed-in tariff and all that is now, so I'm not really up to date with that, Jess. But you can ring the Energy Savings Trust. You look up the Energy Savings Trust online, and they're very good. I did actually have to do a qualification in energy efficiency not that long ago. I say that, it's going back before I left Calorgas, so trying to think when that would have been now, 2016. I'm trying to think how long I've been doing this for. I lose track of it now. So another 2.2. Let's get that one out. So yeah, if anyone else knows anything about the solar PV, what the current feed-in tariffs, I think if you got in early when they first started it, you had a cracking tariff. Really good tariff, but they soon got wind of that, and I don't know, if you're still on the original tariff, you're absolutely going to be raking it in. Of course, you are also, not only are you getting paid for feeding it back into the electricity grid, you're obviously getting your electricity for not well, for nothing really. It's just got your initial outlay. So no, I think it's a good idea. If I could afford it, I would have it. Right, just going to make sure I solder those wires back on there. See if anyone else has got it and they know what the current figures are, what the feed-in tariff, and there was a couple different things that you could claim for it. As I say, I don't know the current regs because I haven't done it for a while. But I wouldn't mind one of them air source heat pumps like you've got there. I think that would be my next purchase if I was going to buy anything heating wise. I have been looking to see if there's any grants available for that at the moment, because we are on oil here, which is not a great fuel. And one of the problems with oil is the price fluctuates. Fluctuates? I think you better stay there, Mr. Goat, because I'm going to need you. The price fluctuates dramatically on oil, and it can go up overnight. Things like LPG and that, they've got reserves, so the price stays fairly stable. Although we've all heard the news of the electricity prices, what's happened there. I mean, my electric is already really expensive. It's likely to get a lot worse. They reckon it's going to be going up 53% and then further again in October. So God knows how we're going to be able to survive, but there you are. Right, let's have a look. We need another 15. Green, no worries, Lee. Green it'll be. Ben, you just got back from Goulburn. A lot of radio restoration celebs. All right, yes, well done, Ben. I can remember you saying that you were going. I forgot it was today. I thought they'd all been a bit quiet as well. Hopefully you picked up some nice kit. Goulburn is a long way away from me, unfortunately, Ben. I would go else. Wootton Bassett is the furthest I venture. I might go to Retrotech this year. I don't know yet. It really depends on a number of things. It's a bit of a long drive in one hit, so it's a stopover. Electric, PV, brother got oil here, only allowed to give people 300 litres. I wanted to get less than 300 litres, Rob. I would quite happily have a lot less because of the price, basically. So it'd be a lot cheaper for me to buy 300 litres than it would 500. But yeah, I can see why it's being rationed, because everybody's panic buying the blooming stuff again, aren't they? I'm going to stick a radio in there. So you can't see what I'm doing on the wrong way round. One way round. Spanky! Hey, how you doing, Simon? But the missus on a treadmill or bike hooked up to a generator cheaper. Yeah. Very expensive. Yeah, they always were expensive. You're right. Soldering candlelight, just start singing carols. I know. It'll be Christmas soon. Soon be Christmas. Right, that is the caps done. Let's get myself organised, ready for remodulization. Remodulization. How you doing, Simon, anyway, mate? Hope you're well. I still haven't seen that R200 yet, Simon. Was it R707? I don't know, there was a couple of things that I said just send it to me and I'll sort it for you. I can't remember what it was now. Right. Okay, so yeah, all the caps are now done. We ought to have a look at them, didn't we, a minute? Let's see if we've got any howlers in here. In amongst it. So we've done those two. We'll do a bit of capacitor bingo a minute, shall we? See if any of these other ones were dodgy. This is the ones from in the module as well. Yeah, I'm fine, mate. I'll tell you what I do need is some alcoholic refreshment. So I'm going to go first of all with a Guinness Zero. Don't worry, I haven't turned totally teetotal, but I am cutting back a bit. But this is about as good as it gets for 0%. Good stuff. A little bit of muck on my top there. I do like a drop of Guinness. Your gas and electric was $313 a month before the prices go up. I know our electric at the moment is $135 a month, I think it is. 53% on that. It's about another 70 quid on top, isn't it? I think. So it looks like our electric on its own is going to be going up to 200 quid a month. You bear in mind there's only two of us here. There's only two of us and the dogs. It's not like we've got a big family. I got a lot of electric in here, mind you. I have got a lot of electric in here. Anyway, cheers everybody. Right, bingo. Bingo time. It's bingo time. Yeah, it's pretty rough. And that's just the first increase. Right, let's do the bigger ones first. The lumpier ones. I've already done those other two, so we don't need to do those. These are 220 at 10 volts. 220 at 10 volts, and what do you think these are going to come out as? Yeah, but you've got commercial premises there, Rob, aren't you? So I'm not surprised. You got all your strawberry farm and that to run, so you're bound to be fairly high. Right, 220. What do you think? 210, 260, 250, 251. What you forgot to say was that the radio chips can drive the SPDIF input of a stereo DAC that will drive two speakers via a stereo amplifier. You're way too modern for us. Way too modern, David. We're still in transistors here. We're not progressed to ICs yet. This is analog at its best. Welcome, Derek. Did I not say hello to you earlier? Apologies if I didn't. Mr. Maltese there. Still going. It's easier for me to watch on the screen. Joseph King, how you doing, mate? From Dublin, the home of Guinness. Excellent. They haven't sponsored me yet, though, Joseph. You'd think they would do, wouldn't you? And welcome, mate. And welcome, Lawrence. I do like a drop of Guinness. I've got a full-fat Guinness in the fridge, actually. That might be for my supper. But yeah, that's for a 0% beer. That Guinness is really good. So Dave, when you were about 15, you got your hands on a Roberts R600 and should have left it alone. Yeah, that's what we're looking at here, David. It's a pretty scary radio, really, when you start pulling it apart. I'm quite fortunate that I've kitted myself up to do them, really. I don't think there's a lot of people that repair those. In fact, is there anybody else that repairs them? Modules, that is. I don't think there is. Right, let's have a look then. 220. Drum roll. It's not far off. 243.8. Anybody in the 240s? We've got some 250s. We got Multi with 250. We've got Rob Cross with 250. I think it's a draw, but that's not bad. Still good. With that in mind, what about the second one then? Another 220. What do you think this one's going to be? Just a word of warning, if you do get a Roberts R600 or a Roberts R707, this is the dreaded module. Do not get a screwdriver and go in here and turn any of these. If you do, it's going to be pretty much game over, unless you've got some fancy test kit to get it back, because you've got the AM detector in there, you've got the FM discriminator in there, and you've also got all the IF transformers. They're all interactive. If you mess them up, very, very difficult to get one of these back again. So do not ever twiddle that. You'll normally see that there's a sticker over the top of these to stop people twiddling them, saying under no circumstances are you to touch it, send it back to Roberts. Which, I mean, they'll just say, sorry. But this is the LP1171, and I think it's the 1164 in the R707. So yeah, don't touch that. It's got to come out, change your transistors, change your capacitors, and then put it back together. You should never need really to touch it. I give it a quick tweak when it was on the test set, because I have changed the transistors, so I just thought I'd just make sure it was all okay, but it didn't need touching really. You'll be leaving them alone from now on. Yeah, I don't blame you. Are we all done again? Number 2 for another 220. Are we all done? Let's put my polish up there out the way. Here we go then. I'm going to press a button. Are we still going? Still going. I mean, based on the other one, you'd think they'd be very similar, wouldn't you? They could well be. They're both virtually in the same area of the radio, both in the amplifier circuit. They've both got the same voltage on them. Let's do it. Thomas, how you doing, mate? From an Amtrak train in the center of North Dakota. I take it they got some Wi-Fi, Thomas. Does sound very interesting. Robert's gone one less. Robert Head. No worries, Robert. Let's do it then. Ooh. 281.6. Another one that's, well, he's a little bit out, that one, but not far off. Anybody up in the 280s then? We got Spanky 261. We got Timothy 265. We got Derek on 265 as well. Oh, actually, no, that was the previous one, wasn't it, for Derek? Yeah, okay. Okay. It is, it is Timothy. Well done, Timothy. So, yeah, that one was a bit high, but nothing crazy. What else have we got here? It's 2.2s, 2.2s. 15. Let's try a 15 then next. So this was in the amplifier section, 15 microfarads. I think we've got another 15 here somewhere. 2.2. 2.2. Yeah, there's another 15 there. 10, 10. 10, 10. 2.2s. Right, 15 then. Inject some video into the chat. Yeah, that'd be interesting, wouldn't it? I take it there's Wi-Fi on the train then, Thomas. Is it, or are you on phone data? See, Derek Taffman and Derek Cooper, I thought were the same person. Obviously not. We've got two Dereks, both spelt differently, so apologies. Oh, you got a hotspot. Okay. Right, let's push the button. Are we all done? Are we all done? Older son's in Washington State. Very nice. Are we all done yet? Come on, quick, place your bets. Gonna push the button. 15 microfarads. What's it gonna be? Here we go. 17.96, just under 18. We've got some 17s there. We've got Robert Head and Derek Cooper. We've got Robert Head 17.5. But he went back to 17. What's that, Derek? Innie is Derek the oil Derek. I'm not with you there, Derek. What? So that, I think, was a draw between Robert Head and Derek Cooper. Innie is Derek the oil Derek. Okay, another 15 then. That one was okay, wasn't it? No issues with that one. How about this one? Another 15, and you've just seen me take this out of circuit, so I haven't tested these. Another 15 coming at you. Oh, Dave won that, did he? Apologies, Dave. 18.3. Yeah, you were close. Although Robert Head did say 17.5. And Timothy said 17.5. It's all confusing to me. It's all confusing. That's what you've been told. What is INI? INI is Derek, the oil Derek. I'm really not sure. Claim your prize. No worries, Dave. I'll send it to you. You'll be okay. Is Dave going to do the double? Multi. I'm going to push a button. Are you ready? Should have read my name is the oil Derek. All right, Derek. Oil Derek. Here we go then. Wow, virtually the same. 17.92. Robert Cross and Derek Cooper both on 17.8. I'm not sure what the cutoff is here. I think we've got a draw, haven't we? Theo, how you doing, mate? 10. Million chip 18, gotta be in there. You are only 0.8 outlet. Hang on, 0.8, 17.8, 0.08. I don't know, you have to do the maths. I think it is you, million chip, isn't it? 18 was very close. We've got two 17.8s as well. And Robert Head has got 18. All very close. You'll have to do the maths. Right, we've got 4 10s now, so I'm going to do an average of all 4 10s. So I'm going to turn it around. I'm going to do an average of all the 4 10s. So give me an average for the 10. I'm going to write them down. It will be here forever else. Not that we mind a bit of capacitor bingo. It's good to see what state they're in, really, isn't it? I'll make sure I'm off camera writing this down, because I've done this before. My notepad's been on the camera. Idiot. Right. I'm going to test these. Now, you might hear some funny noises. If you hear a funny noise, you know that something's wrong. Oh, what did I say? If you want to have a stab at the ESR as well, you can, because that really is the important part, the ESR. Okay, so that was the first one. And these are all from the module, so if we got any howlers here, that would certainly have caused us an issue in the module. Ooh, ooh. So a good capacitor should beep twice. Interesting. And the last one. Okay, well that's not such a bad noise. So a good capacitor should sound like this. Let's put a brand new one on here. This is a good one. 2 ding dings. That's a good one. This is a not so good one. No, that's a bad one. And then there's a not quite so bad, but still bad. Oh, Christ. Hello. That one's changed. Yeah, just a ding, not a double ding. So it's a and a ding and a double ding. Right, okay. I'm going to do my maths. I hope you've all had a guess by now. I can tell you they're not good. Where's me calculator? Let's get the maths. Get the maths. I don't like doing maths. You know that. You know I don't like doing maths. Luckily, we've got calculators for this. So, none of you have really had a go at the ESR. Hi Rich A, how are you? Okay, well I can tell you that the average of all four was 12.74. 12.74 was the average. So they were all not too bad, but the bad part is the ESR down through here, look. 5.4, 5.5, 4.8. So these were the ones that went just went ding instead of a double ding. But yeah, those top three, way too high ESR. That was all in the module, all three of those. 4 of those even. Right, 3 left, and these are all 2.2s. So we now got 3 2.2s to average out. So 2.2. 2.2. See what these are. It was closest anyway to 12.74. Million chip 12.7. Hell. 12.6 for Mike Atlantis. It's got to be million chip. Is that? Have you just done the double million chip? Phenomenal. How? 0.04 out. Right, 2.2s then. We've got 3 of these, so let me test these. Oh, just a single ding. Next one. Oh, double ding. That must mean it's good. It's quite useful to have that tone, really, isn't it? Because it sort of highlights an issue straight away without even looking at the thing. Another double ding. Okay, well I'm sure you can determine from that a couple of those are pretty good. So let me just do the maths. Okay, I have a result. I have a result. We're all going, well, we got some very close ones again. As somebody just pushed the boat out, I can tell you that the actual answer is 2.76. 2.76. Nothing, I mean, the first one was 1.19, which really for a low value cap is not out of this world. The other two are less than 1 ohm ESR. So yeah, 2.76. I think we've got a couple 2.7s there. I mean, if we've got a 2.8, that's going to beat the 2.7s. We've got 2.85, which is 2i. It's got to be Timothy Kahn. And who else said the 2.7? Did I see two 2.7s? Oh, and Rich A. Rich A and Timothy Kahn. ESR 1.2. Well, ESR is just under 1 by the looks of it. But well done for the ESR guess, Ben. There you go. So, really, it's only the two very largest caps, these two, that were the main issue. And the 10 microfarads in the module, they weren't great. But these are what I think stopped the radio working. So the next job is to get the thing put back together and see if it works. Be interesting. It will be very interesting. So this is quite a major job now, getting these back together. So bear with me. We will survive. I'm just taking the excess solder off the legs. So let's get her put back together. Stick that label on at the end. Right, so it's got to go in this way round. No, it's actually this way round. It's strange, you've stuck a label on there upside down just to confuse me. So see if we can get those on that side in first. Right. Yeah, so as usual, none of these line up, but at least we can sort of get to them just to manipulate them in. Got it. Oh yes, we're in. We are in. Right, now two of these are not connected, so we can bend them straight away. In fact, I don't think they were bent, those. Okay. Goes in there. And we're in. Right, let's get these soldered up quick before they decide to move. Jose, thank you very much, mate. And welcome. That's some entrance. Is it Jose or Joseph? It just says Jose on the thing, so well done. Thank you very much. So who won the 2.2 then? I think it was Timothy and Rich combined, wasn't it? Right, anyway, let's crack on and get this this put back in. It is quite tricky because I haven't taken photos of this one, so I'm going to have to refer to some photos I did of one quite some time ago. Although a lot of it is sort of self-explanatory. I should get my extractor going. Fat. Apologies for the noise, but I really don't want to be breathing all this flux in, really. Super sticker as well. We don't see many super stickers. So the extractor does work. You can see it's pulling the smoke in. It's just a bit noisy. Just when I've got my my desoldering station nice and quiet, I need to do that one as well. Right, so that's the module in, fitted back in. Put the electric bill up. I know, Derek. You want anything more to put the blimmin' electric bill up? Christ. Switch bank then. So I've also gone over this switch bank and I've redone. I mean, one of the problems with these particular type of switch banks is that they've used the switch contacts, which are solid brass, to solder to the board. Now, the problem is if you don't get that hot enough, I'm on the wrong camera. I'm looking at this camera. If you don't get the pins hot enough, they don't make a very good contact, and you'll get dry joints. So I've been over and I've resoldered all of the joints, apart from the ones that take the wires from the module. So, pardon me. I've redone that, and the other thing I've done is I've tested these 3 components, or 4 components, and if you include the resistor, because once this is back in the radio, it's that way up and impossible to get to without stripping the whole thing down again, which you do not want to be doing. So make sure you test these components before you put this back in, because if you don't, and I have had it once before where I think it was that capacitor there that had gone open, and couldn't work out what was wrong with the radio. It took me forever to find that. You can imagine how long that took to find. And the leg for that capacitor jumps out here. So word of warning, test the components first. And the other thing I want to do while this is out is just put a little bit of oil down the track here. Because in the back of the switch bank you can't quite see it, but there's a metal plate that slides behind these 3, and it's part of the latching mechanism. If that metal plate isn't moving very well, you'll find some of the buttons won't latch. So you just pop a little tiny bit of oil on those, don't go mad. So I'm just using one of these pin oilers. That's going to go down and just put a little tiny bit, if I can get it to come out, of oil in there. I don't want any on the switches themselves. And just a little bit there. Just to help it on its way. These two end ones have got the latching mechanism built into the switch. You don't need to worry about those. It's just these three middle ones that have got this latching bar in between them. Again, if you've got a crunchy switch, when you push it in, if it grinds a little bit, you know you've got a bit of corrosion on that or a bit of dirt in it. But I've cleaned these up as well. They're all nice and shiny. I just need to just touch up the tops of them, but the actual buttons I've polished. We did put some switch cleaner in, but I will just pop another bit in while it's out. Give that a little go. Yeah, so it's a lot easier to get switch cleaner in these with the switches out. Right. Now this is the hardest bit. We need to get this back together. We've got these little tiny capacitor legs that attach to the module pins. Now, have I... Yes, there's another one there. Another one there. And another one there. So we've got four little capacitor legs that join. And everyone's gone quiet. Everyone's gone silent. Now these are a little bit different than the R707 in that they actually attach to the upright legs. They don't actually get soldered to the board at all. I've got a new Patreon this week as well, and I haven't had a chance to put him on the credits yet, so I will mention him at the end. But yeah, thank you to my Patreons. As usual, I've been buying little bits and pieces with the proceeds, and I've been buying some test lead things, and I'll show you those in a minute, which I got from me Patreon. Patreon and tips all disappear into PayPal in the end. That's where they end up. So PayPal is obviously pretty handy for buying things off of eBay. Super chats go through YouTube, and that comes out. Does that go into PayPal? I don't think it does. I've gone and done that without the extractor on. And I've also just put down that one that I've just touched up. So let's join that first one on. It's a little bit Heath Robertson, the pins on this. I don't know if you can see that. Let me get you in a bit closer so you can see what I'm doing. So you can see the module pins there coming up out of the board. And can you see the capacitor leg I've just stuck on top? It's a little bit, you know. But that's how they've done it. It's very strange. It's whoever designed this, well, they certainly didn't intend for it to be taken apart, that's for sure. I mean, I assume that Roberts had to redo these modules back in the day. I don't suppose they stuck a complete new board in each one. These days they just stick a new circuit board in it, wouldn't it? But back then things were actually repaired, so... And the next one. Gotta have a steady hand for that. Gotta have a steady hand for that. Yeah, the capacitor legs, you see what happens is they come up through this slot here. Gavin, they come up through the slot and then they curl around. If I just pop that over there, you can see. So they come up through the slot and attach to the legs here. It's very, almost like an afterthought from Roberts, isn't it, really? I really don't know. You know, you compare the insides of this to the insides of a hacker from the same era. It's totally different. So much easier to work on a hacker than it is to work on these things. But, you know, it is worth doing. They're a nice, iconic radio. They do sound good. They've got a lovely tone about them. So they are worth repairing. But it's a labour-intensive job. So if you send it to anybody to be repaired, it's going to be quite expensive, unfortunately. Okay, that was not particularly straight from this elevation. You want the whole of the leg to be set against the... Better. No worries. VP, how are you, mate? Recover radios, this is our duty. Yes, it's what we're made for. Oh dear. It's our job. We have to stop these radios going into landfill. I mean, a lot of people say, oh, it's, you know, FM's going to be turned off, AM's nothing left, but there's still ways that you can use these radios. So don't ever think that you're wasting your time for a radio you'll never be able to use, because you can. You know, if you've got yourself a little AM transmitter, you can work from that, or an FM transmitter. Still not overly happy with that one, so let me just take that one off again. I'm going to put a bit more flux and a bit more solder on that one, because it's just... You can bet your life as soon as you heat it up, it'll drop off inside. That's better. Do that one again. That's not very straight, that one. AM works better at night. It will work better at night, but that's really for distant stations, and you haven't got the electrical noise very often at night. Okay, happier with that. I'm fussy, as you know. Right, they're much more solid now. Right, we can start reassembling the switch bank then, because this is the tricky bit. Once this is out, the module's fairly easy to get at, but prior to that, these are horrible to work on. So we've got to get those 4 capacitor legs up through the hole. We've got to get the switches in their holes. Okay. Okay, so we've only got 3 sticking out of the hole. There's another one disappeared somewhere. Where's that one gone to? He's up there. Okay. Right, that's all 4 wires sticking up through the hole. Looks a lot easier than the R707 one. It's not really, Simon, because of this board here. I would say the R707 is slightly easier in some ways. Right, so that's the wires. The only problem with the R707 is in the switch bank you've got little tiny holes here. You haven't got this slot. So really, yeah, you are right, Simon, that this this slot is much better than the holes in the R707 switch bank. What are you talking about, Graham? VHF FM will always be with us. Let's hope so, Theo. But AM we can still use with a little transmitter. Right, next thing we need to do is attach this switch bank, and to do that we've got 2 brass spacers and 2 screws. That one. There's the other one, and that one. Right, where's me forceps? Let's zoom you out a little bit. That's quite nice to see it up close, but it's difficult for me to get it in shot when I'm moving around. Let's put my oil back out the way. Let's just turn the radio around. So we need to grab a spacer, which is easier said than done. Put my screw through into the spacer. That's one. And the other one, let's make sure we've not got any trapped wires here. Because once this goes back in, it's very difficult to get it back out again. Rolf, afternoon to you, mate. How's things? Okay, so I've got these just tacked up. And what you'll notice is you have got a bit of movement on these. I loosen them slightly, so you can see that. So you can move them left and right, and up and down. So this next bit is quite important. So sort of try and centralise it. Just nip them up. He says as he's gone that way too far. Nip them up, and then we need to get the top panel and just check the fit on the push buttons, because if you get this bit wrong, the push buttons bind against the edge of the hole. They'll actually bind against the edge of these holes, so you need to make sure that they are okay before you go any further. And then you want to tighten them up nice and tight so they don't move. Okay, so you see what I mean? There's very little clearance around the button. So they haven't really given you a lot of space, so how's that looking? Okay, if anything, it needs to go slightly down, very slightly down. So we just loosen those screws again. Let's try that again. The reason I say do that now, because once you've soldered all of this in all the way round, this becomes rock solid and you will not be able to move that piece there. So you must make sure before you solder any of the wires that that is correct. If you're ever going to go at one of these, that is. Okay, I've gone slightly too far now. So it's slightly binding on the top, so I need to just go a fraction. Let's use the right size screwdriver this time as well. So you need to come up just a fraction. I don't even think that's the right screwdriver. Is it a posi drive? Well, it's not posi drive number 2 anyway. Is it posi drive number 1? Which screwdriver is it? Posi drive number 1 by the looks of it. And this one as well. Just come up a fraction. So I'm confident now, so I'm going to tweak them right up. Nice and hard. Like I felt that went on easier. There we go. Bang on. Ganesh, how are you? Yeah, if you don't get that bit right, you are in all sorts of pain later on. So now we can start soldering stuff back on. Because it's surprising how solid these solder legs and that make it. Right, I need to get my can take that back off out of the way, because we've got to lubricate the pulleys and that before that goes back on properly. Did Mrs. Cruncher go out? Oh, she's gone out in the field. Precision. It is, yeah. It's not one of those things you'd think about normally, and I certainly learnt the hard way with that. I think that's quite a good angle, isn't it, to see the wiring of this. Right, let's get my pictures up and we'll start rewiring it. That's typical, isn't it? R600 in blue, was it that one? Okay, yeah, I've got a thing from 2020 when I did one. It's always worth doing the hardest part first, because then the rest of it becomes easy, doesn't it? I wish. So I've just got, if I go to my screen, look, you can see what I'm looking at. This is a photo library of what I did previously. So everything's on here that I need, all the wire positions. Nice and close up. You do want to take pictures like this. You can see there, especially look, the pins, because you'd think you've got 4 wires, you'd think you go 1, 2, 3, 4, wouldn't you? But you don't. This one doesn't get connected, and this one up the top here doesn't get connected. So well worth taking proper decent photos like that. Let me just get back to where I was then. So we'll start probably around here then. So I'll get you back onto my bench. We are back on the bench, yes we are, right, and I'll crack on with this. I think the resistor goes in there. I was going to pull the resistor out of there for some reason, or did I leave it on the board? Yeah, I must have pulled the resistor off of that one then. Basically the resistor comes off of this pad here and goes up through that hole. Better check that a bit further on. Yeah, there he is. Actually, I think from memory that the leg broke off of that one. Right. So let me get, I'm talking to you about a picture and you can't see it because I've not got it on the screen. One of the tricky ones is there. No, let me just get my bearings. It is an absolute rat's nest of wire, isn't it? Absolute rat's nest. It's not a great radio to work on, but there you are. So this one needs to come up, go in that hole there. There he is, peeping through. So our resistor needs to come down back onto that pad. So let me attach those. These boards are not great either. The tracks are not very well glued to the board. So put that flux away. Let's get the runny stuff. If I can find it. What have I done with that now then? I tell you what, stuff disappears here. Stuff disappears all the time here. Well, how bizarre, it was here a second ago because I was using it. Ah, there it is, in behind. So once again, I'm just going to put a little tiny bit of flux on. This isn't the gel flux because that's very difficult to get off the boards. This doesn't really need cleaning off the board, so it's makes life a bit easier. First two, make sure they're on. Yep, okay, got a wire here. That one I believe goes up in underneath. Just double checking my wiring here. Yeah, it's a bit of a stretch that one to get across there, but it does go up there. Why they just didn't put it in from the other way, I don't know. We ought to do like they do with the cooking programs, don't we? Everybody's got to buy an R600 and join along live and fix it with me. Could have like a fix along live, couldn't we? So instead of a list of ingredients, you'd have to have a list of components that you need to get hold of. Fix along with Cruncher Live. Well, that's not coming through that hole very well. Let me get me X-ray specs on. Is that coming through enough to solder? It's not really. Why is that proving difficult then? It's only just long enough, that one. Seems strange. There you are. Let's pop it on. So again, you don't want to be dwelling on the board for too long on this, because you will lift those traces guaranteed. So I'm pretty sure that purple one goes to the case there. I need to bump the soldering iron up a bit in temperature to get that one on. Let's pop it up to 380. I'm going to put a bit of the different flux on that. Oh, definitely need to get the fan on for that. Okay, we're getting there. Now we've got some more tricky ones here because these are side by side. But 3 holes, 2 wires. I think these two go over there. Okay. Those two go there. Then we've got a purple, which is this one. It goes in there. Apologies, I can't see the chat for a minute. Then we got that one goes in there. Again, it only just fits. And this one. Right. Only just touching the holes. Better. Better. Right. Okay. Where are we? I think you're with me. We're over here. Let's get a little bit of flux on those. Extractor. Okay, so now that is absolutely solid. You know, there's no movement in that whatsoever. So if we hadn't got that aligned to start with, we'd have all sorts of problems with the things lining up. Let's get these down on this side of the board done next then. That's our 4 wires here. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and we've got one missing. Where are you? Have I desoldered something? Has something dropped off? Oh, there's another wire coming out there. Right. So first one's a grey one. Let's get that one in. Next we've got the red. Brown. Oh, hello. That one just came off. Where were you two then, you little monster? Where's that brown one just pulled off of? Can't quite see. He's up behind there. You little monster. Can't quite see. I think it goes to that pad there. So we're going to have to investigate further. Can I see it? No, I'm going to have to pop a chassis to see that. Let's see if I can see it from the service info a minute. Say pulling another radio apart. Might be able to suss it out from this. Unlikely though, it's not very well laid out, these. They don't actually physically show the switch panel, these. Okay, so we've got C11. Doesn't show any connection there. So we've got C11, which must be underneath. Yes, so we've got C11. Where are you, C11? C11. Connects to pin 24 on the IF amplifier, which is pin 24 is 24, 23, 22. There is no pin 22. Yeah, pin 24. That's correct. Goes through. What are we looking at now? Let me see where my camera is. Rob Cross, thank you very much. Bit of sleeving. Could have been a gynecologist. Just a second. I'm going to skip Tutloo a minute, and then I'm going to come back and pour another beer, so I've got to go to the toilet again and suss out where that wire's just come off of. Yeah, it's lovely out there. It's really nice out there. Could have gone for a walk this afternoon. Right, just wondering if I've got an R600 chassis out. I don't think I have. I've had a bit of a run on R600s recently, well, recently this last couple years. And I am getting short on spare sets now. What's that? R707, R700. Again, most of my spare sets are in the loft, nicely hidden away, so I can't get at them. Okay. We'll just pop Frankie out for a minute. We'll just pop Frankie out of his chassis for a minute. He's thrown a knob off anyway. Let's turn the desoldering station off. I'm not going to need that one. Yes, he's thrown a knob off. I mean, I made this radio into Frankie, which is this this sort of module test radio. I made it because it was a really rough radio. It wasn't very nice at all. Yeah, I can see the brown wire, but I just can't quite see it, if you know what I mean. Right, so I'm just going to take Frankie apart just to find out where this brown wire has dropped off of. I believe it's up here and behind this. Well, is it behind this cap? The problem is this one of 3 pads it could be on, well, one of 4 pads really. I think I know which one it is, but I want to be 100% sure because I don't want to be pulling it back apart multiple times. Let me catch up on the chat then a minute. What's Gregory saying? Thinking if the IF module is beyond alignment, it might be worth building a module that replaces the whole module with a Philips TDA 7000. Yeah, I'm not sure how that would work, Gregory. Potentially you could, but trying to think. I've got a TDA 7000 here somewhere, but short-sightedly. Right, I'm just going to push this one out and see if I can get it out enough just to see where that connection is. Should need to take the whole thing out, should I? Okay, yeah, it is on the terminal I thought it was, so it is on that. Yeah, I was right. Let's put Frankie screws back in. What group was that, Nick? Bit of sleeving. And once they're in, they're not moving anywhere, David. Just below the fish. Oh, well done, Derek. Thank you, mate. It is just behind the capacitor. Thanks for looking that up, Derek. It is, but let's just say there's 3 pads in behind there. Oh, I can't get the bloody thing back on there. I'm just trying to get this this R600 back together. Again, the way they secure these in the case is with a couple metal straps. Well, one metal strap and one of these, I don't know what you call them. They're like screw thread on a spring clip. They have got a name, but I can't remember what they're called now. Roughly in the middle. You are bang on, Derek, of course. Fuel prices gone up, they certainly are. I've just taken Frankie apart. I only just undone the 2 screws and eased them up. I do need to get myself another spare set, really, and do another Frankie. So thank you, Frankie, for that. Thank you for helping me. Okay, right, it is oh, hello. Overhead camera's not working. Why is that then? Because the HDMI cable's pulled out. Oh. Is that going to freeze my whole stream up, plugging that in? No, it's not. Amazing. Right, where are we? I'll just show you where this, you can't really see it on this camera, but you should be able to on this one. So this is in the back, look, and we've got three terminals here. It actually sits down on that one there. It looks like that was a bit of a dry joint on that one as well. There's not really any flux on, sorry, solder on the wire. Let's just put a bit of solder on that one. Get the soldering iron to heat up. Doesn't want to take solder, that one. So it goes on there, just on there, just like that. Get in there without burning anything. No, I'm not overly happy with that wire. It's not it's not even tinning properly. Let's give it a bit of a go over with the file a minute. Just clean it up. So how are we doing? A direct conversion FM demodulator chip. All right, David. HDMI is hot pluggable. Brett, how you doing, mate? Yes, you have. Yes, you have. We did have a fair old cat bingo session. Oh, hello. Sounds like Mrs. Cruncher's got a spade out or something out there. Always a worry when Mrs. Cruncher's up to fixing things. She is good as gold, though, Mrs. Cruncher. Right, fresh bit of solder on there. Bit of flux. And this time, hopefully, she'll stick. Better. That's better. It's betterer. Right. Time for another beer. Still got one wire short for some reason. I've not really worked that out quite yet, but you know, I'm sure my maths is not great. So this is courtesy of brother Trev from Geekology channel, and he's going to be here next Sunday. So either we're going to do a live stream together, or I won't be live streaming, one of the two. But usually we have a live stream together. So yeah, this is lovely stuff. Marshmallow and chocolate stout. 7%, so pretty strong, but if you want a recommendation for a beer that is absolutely brilliant, try that. Try that. If you're a Guinness lover, I mean, this is a stout. It's really, really good. Chris, you went to Goulburn as well, did you? You didn't buy more than you sold. You sold some stuff, Chris. Well done, mate. It's always hard to part with things, isn't it? Did you have a table, Chris? Or did you just stick it on the bring and buy stall? As I say, Goulburn is a step too far for me. It's all right for you northerners up there. Us southern softies down here can't make it in. Mike Cass, how you doing, Mike? Right, cheers everybody. Layer cake down the hatch. Right, let's crack on now then. Let's crack on. Because we want to try and get this. You definitely need to try that one, Multi. You won't look back, mate, once you've tried that. Oh, would you believe it? I've just found a picture, look. I've just look at that. Oh, I could have saved myself 10 minutes just by going from that picture to that one. Oh well. Maybe that's where this other wire is, look. See that? This might be the missing blue wire. Because there's no wire on there on my radio. So that could be the other wire. Anyway. It's all good fun. It's all good fun. Gotta love a Roberts R600. Right, let's get back to this then. So we've got the brown next, which is that one there. Must remember I've not soldered these yet. Grey, red, brown. So it looks like we've got a blue wire has dropped off somewhere. Probably when I took the module out last week, I suspect that was. Then I assume we've got green next. Yes, we have. So we've got to find the blue wire that's dropped off. Now, where did that go to? Well, we haven't got to find that blue wire, but we want a bit of blue wire, really. We don't want to mess with Robert's color code. And there he is. Look at that. Our blue wire. He's only found it. Right, let me just double check again what that went on. So it goes on the second one down there. That a one. Let's pop that on. Right. That's those 5 done. I take it you could see me doing those, couldn't you? Hopefully you did. Right, we got this bunch of wires, but let's get these done on the modular first. Just get my bearings. That's a nice beer. So that first one's got no... Where am I? Here, yeah, you can see there. First one's got no no wire connected. And the third one's got no wire connected. closer. Oh, wrong one. Where am I? Oh, am I in as close as I can get? Yeah, apologies, I'm messing up the camera settings. And the third one's got no. So heat that one up a little bit more, because as I say, you do need to put a fair bit of heat into those because they're thick brass pins. Okay. So now we need to grab these wires. We need to wrap them around. Make sure that we've got the right one coming out in underneath and they're not crossed over. Let me just double check that. Let's get my light down a bit. No, that's fine. Okay. Number 2. Number 3. Four. Just pushing them down onto the board. I'll cut the excess off in a minute. I don't know why. Well, we got excess because I've done my wires a lot tighter than they were originally. Right, going to put a little bit of gel flux on this. Stop it running down, really. Don't really want to run into the switches, but so again, I'm heating the pin. And not the board. Alright, to make sure we're not touching there. Snip the ends off. Don't you go down inside there. And that one there. There we are. That's the module wires done. Let me just catch up when we chat. Table with Paul and George. Hopefully they've done good. Did buy a new soldering station last week for SMD work. Yeah, that's good iron you got there, Chris. Right, okay, let's carry on with this. I'm going to reconnect these boards, these wires that are sticking out the middle of the board here. You bought a hot plate as well, Chris. Well, you are cracking on, aren't you? You'll have one of those infrared rework stations next. That's the dogs they are. Can't remember what they call them now. A BGA reflow system. BGA, isn't it? Ball grid array. Is this because you're starting to have to assemble SMD stuff, Chris? Or are you prototyping stuff? Or are you going to suddenly start working on some of these old radios with SMDs in it? I can't see that, but you never know. So say this board is absolutely rigid now. It's not moving anywhere. Surprising how rigid all this wiring makes it. Right, next then. So we've got a green wire. It goes all the way along here. This is the wire out of the FM module and joins on just here. So put a little tiny bit of solder on there. And put a fresh bit of solder on there. So I've got it in fairly close so you can see what I'm up to. Again, if anybody gets stuck and pulls one of these apart in the future and loses where one wire goes, at least they'd be able to play the video back and see roughly where it goes. Okay, that's the green one in. We have got a blue one. These are all intertangled with each other. Purple there. A blue one that comes across over the top of that one and joins that top connection just there. Don't like that because it's got a bit blobby. Let's just sort that out. It's better. What's that one? Now it says we've got a brown wire. Well, we haven't got a brown wire on this one. That's interesting. So there should be a brown wire. I suspect it's that orange one, but I'm not 100% sure for a minute. So we'll carry on with the others. Got a white wire. Yeah, this ain't a great. There's not great pictures on this. I must have got another picture of that somewhere. Okay. So we know that one goes to there and that one goes to the purple. Let's get that one done out of the way then. Just going to tack that for a minute. I will solder that on properly in a sec. So you're with me. Where are we? Yeah, you're in the right area. You're in the right area. Let me just get my chat up because I've got the pictures up and not my chat here, so apologies for that. Simon Spires as well. Welcome, Simon. A reflow oven. No, it's a BGA rework station. A rework oven. You're finally starting to move your designs over to SMD, although you don't like it. Hey, Simon, anyway. I've not seen you for a while, Simon. Hope you're all right, mate. So all the best to Mandy as well. I believe she went too special not that long ago. Just do that one there a bit better. I think I can probably poke that down through the actual hole there, make it a bit more better mechanically. Yeah, okay. I'm going to redo the solder on that one now because I'm going to forget else. You know me. Right, that's that one. The white wire goes on to that one there. Oh, that's hot. Hot, 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 hot. Oh. Oh, that was hot. Very hot. Ow. Catch you later, Chris. The drilling's an advantage. Yeah, I mean, I do like SMD stuff. I do like it. But I don't like it when you need a microscope to solder it, size, because there's different sizes of SMD stuff. When you've got to have a microscope just to solder it, it starts getting a bit silly then, doesn't it? Starts getting a bit silly. That one. Now we've just got one stray wire, which is this orange one. Goes down to there. And that goes up and over to here, though. Goes to that one, I believe. Yeah. So we've got a wire missing. I think that is the FM aerial wire, though. So that again will have dropped off somewhere. Twang. Yeah, I think that's the FM area wire comes off there now. That one will be here somewhere. I think there it is. It's all here somewhere. Danish, how you doing, mate? The Unstoppables. Welcome, Unstoppables. I don't even know if I'm on camera, actually. I've got the chat up here. Yes, I am. Okay. Welcome, Mr. Unstoppables. Good to have you on board, mate. We've got to do something on a Sunday, haven't we? So we tend to just hang out here and mess about and do a bit of live streaming. Trying to repair something. Trying being the operative word. Stay in there. So that's the FM aerial wire, so that's fine. Next is these four. So we've got white, yellow, orange, and the black comes across here. So let's do the black first. So it looks like it comes across in underneath them. And the black goes to that one. There. Colin, welcome Colin. I'll never remember that Colin, but welcome Colin. That's 2 Collins we've got now. In fact, 3 Collins, because we've got Colin Pamplin as well, haven't we? Right, so this white one's got to go up the top there. Ow, I can't just stab myself with the things. Let's pop a bit of flux on that one. Don't forget to subscribe as well, please, people. If you're not subscribed, if you subscribe now, our stream bot will welcome you. He'll shout to me that I've got a new subscriber. We should do anyway, if he's working all right, Mr. Stream Elements. Simon's gone. Where's Simon? Mr. Spires, how are you, mate? Are you not talking to me? Right, next one is yellow. Looks like that goes to that pin just there, if it will reach. There's a bit of a stretch, mind you. There she blows, and the next one down is orange on the next terminal. I'm using this gel because it doesn't tend to run down like the more liquid flux I've got, if you know what I mean. Okay, that's that one. And what have we got left? What wires have we got any wires left? Or is that it? Are we back together? No, we're not quite yet. We're nearly there though. We're very nearly there. That's the module now in. What do you think? Theo, put it in the henhouse electric meter. Thank you very much, mate. Where are we? Thank you, Theo. Let me get my pictures back up. You're here, you're in the background. No worries, Simon. Alright, let's come back out, I think. Am I? I think my laptop's just knocking the camera a bit. That's better. Okay, so we are getting there. Hope you're alright, Simon. Let's move that back out of the way. Right, the next thing that we've got to do, obviously, well, I say obviously, but we've got the FM aerial connections here to do, and we've got the headphone connections here to do, which are all connected to the top panel. But one of the jobs that you must do with the top panel, it's a pain in the backside, I know, but we've got to take the headphone socket apart. If you don't do this, it will go open circuit and kill your radio, and you have to take the whole lot apart again. So if you've got one of these apart, do the headphone socket. And I've come unstuck with that more than once on these, and the R707's exactly the same. Get the headphone socket out. Right, let's get the overhead camera in and I'll show you what you've got to do. Show you what you got to do. We ain't got to do it. It's up to you. You know, I can give you advice. If you choose not to listen, then it's up to you. Right, where are we? Where's my overhead camera gone? There we are. Right, this is the headphone socket. Stuffed in front panel, just there. Little headphone symbol. What happens is inside there you can see there's a couple little contacts. All it is a flat piece of metal and a little spring. A springy piece of metal. There's 3 contacts there. You can see there's 2 there and the other one's just there. And 2 of those are permanently connected. If you get a bit of dust in between them, they go open circuit and that kills your radio totally dead. You won't know what's going on, but it's going to be something as simple as this. So first thing you've got to do is bend up that little tab just there. If you can see that or not. It's difficult to focus because it's not going to autofocus. But just here, there's a little piece of metal that you've got to bend up. It just pinches against this plastic. Now I've already bent that up, but I tend to use just an old scrap electrician, well, little tiny sort of jeweler screwdriver. You can just get inside there and just prise that up. Then you've got to push it outwards through the hole. Now this is not going to be easy, is it? I haven't taken this out yet, I've just bent it up, but the problem you get is all the crud settles into that gap there. So what can we put down there that might free it up? I don't really want to put WD on it, because WD, what you'll find, if you put WD on any of these connections, it's, well, like that, it discolours the back and it will take the paint off. So pop a little bit of isopropyl in there just to see if it'll help it along. It does look like it's moving actually. Let's give it a little wiggle, 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 wiggle. Ah, the whole thing's moving. I don't want the whole thing to move, I just want that little plastic piece to come out. It's not going to, is it? You're not going to, are you? No, it's not. I'm just taking the headphone socket out of the plate, Harvey. So let's just bend that a little bit more with the misuse of tools screwdriver. Let's try that again. Ah, it doesn't want to come, this one. In fact, the little clasp thing is a bit loose on this one. The little retaining washer, normally that's pretty solid. Jeff, how are you, mate? What a great time of the year. On a Hacker Sovereign, can I buy an aerial that retracts below the handle? Which Sovereign? The Sovereign 1? The Sovereign 1 can be very tricky for aerials because I'm just going to free this up a little bit more. Depending which one you've got, the older one with the white plate on it is really tricky, because that's a very thin aerial, but the later ones you can stick a Chinese aerial in there, just about. Right, this ain't going to come out, is it? It will. It will. You will come out. Careful, because this will go all of a sudden and I'll cut my fingers on the bit there. Now let me think, what did I do last time on one of these that caused a problem? I think I tapped it out. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get a spanner. I'm going to get the spanner so it's just slightly wider than the plastic bit. And I'm going to misuse some more tools. And I'm just going to tap it. Whoa, this one does not want to play at all. What's going on with that? Why will you not go? You little monster. There he goes. There he goes. There he goes. God dear, why did that not come out? Normally they come out a damn sight easier than that. Let's push it a bit farther. Farther. Harder even. There she goes. Right. Right. Oh, in the right place now, Graham. Come on, sort yourself out. Where's your camera? There it is. So I've pushed that through now. So that will come out. God, it's still fighting to the last. It's because there's loads of crud on it. You can see all the gunk and nastiness all over that. Right, let's just zoom out a little bit because we're in a little bit too close. Yeah, the problem with the socket, and again, it doesn't make any difference because you've got to get this piece out of the bezel anyway. You've got to get this out. Even if you took that out of the panel, you've still got to get this out of that. And this has got one of those lock washers on it, and a rubber O-ring, so you can't get off really without damaging the plate. And I mean, this one's pretty good. There's not really any breakout behind on it, although it's got a bit of scratching on there. Looks like someone's had a go at this before, so this might have been out before, but it didn't look like it. Maybe somebody's tried to get it out and not succeeded, because normally that's clamped pretty hard. And to get those star washers out, those lock washers, you've got to break them to get them out. So it's really a no-no. So this one, right, how does this one come apart? There's a couple different types of these. But you can see there's a little tiny picture on there that shows you what the terminals are. So our two terminals that are connected are these two here. If we get the multimeter, we can prove that. So I'm just going to get that out of shot and put it on buzzer mode. So with your radio in circuit, if you touch that one and that one, you should get a buzz. And nothing on that one. If there's got muck in that switch, you'll get no contact there. And I mean, I've got 0.2 ohms there, so there's no issues with that. But you'd be surprised how much crud is in these and how they can corrode. It just splits in half. Let me just put my camera around that way a bit further. So we need a little knife. So later, sovereign 3, yeah, Sovereign 3 is going to be difficult because that's the same area as is used on the Super Sovereign. They are like gold dust. So yeah, the Sovereign 3, the Black Knight, the Silver Knight, and the Super Sovereign all use the same aerial. So can you see where it's just coming apart? So we need to just get that cover off, and then you can see inside the socket. So the contact that is the problem, if I can get in, let me get in much closer. Right. The contact that is the problem is that there. Just in there. See that? So where this terminal meets this one. Am I focused? Just about. I've gone in a little bit too close really, but you see where I mean. That's where you need to clean. So what you need to do is just grab them out. So pull this one out first. This one's actually really clean. So there's the contact. And you just need to clean the top of that with a fiberglass pencil. I can find my fiberglass pencil. These are horrible things, so be careful when you're handling these. So I'm just going to grab that with the forceps. And I just want to get the fiberglass pencil and just go across that connection like that. They can see that that's gone shiny now. I don't know if you can see that or not, but it wasn't too bad, that one actually. That's that one done, and you need to get this one out as well. You need to clean up the flat area. You just clean up that with the fiberglass pencil. And that is basically it. What we'll do is we'll pop a little tiny bit of deoxit on that. I'm going to use this deoxit that Doug gave me. And Doug's there. It's like magic, Doug, isn't it? I mention you and you appear. So I'm just going to put a little tiny bit of this deoxit in a tube. I don't know if this is the yeah, this is D100. So you'll need a little tiny bit of this. So just clean up the insides of that a minute. That one is surprisingly clean. Normally it's a great big slug of dust. This radio does look virtually like new, I'll tell you. So let's pop that one back in there. So just put a little tiny dab of deoxit on there. It does pay to just give this a little bend as well. So just give it a little bit of a bend. Oh, where's my forceps gone? So just give it a little bit of a bend just to increase the tension on it. Don't go mad because you'll never get the thing back in. So just pop that back in there. And there you are, reassembled. So yeah, we've got a little bit of deoxit in there to stop that corroding. I think these are silver plated as well. So let me have some more beer. Not too much stuff on the bench yet again. So let's pop the cover back on. Need to give that a bit of a wipe off. Let's go back to the main camera now. I think you've got the suss of that now. Let's put a little bit of isopropyl and clean that off. Yeah, it's not bad, this one. I was expecting a lot worse, but that's really good. So I'm just cleaning that off so as it'll go back in a bit better with a bit of isopropyl. And we need a cotton bud with some isopropyl. Just going around there. And we've got a nice clean headphone socket. You've got to get in the right way around. Will it go back in easier than it came out? I hope it will. Make sure it's pushed down nicely. Make sure it's properly in there. Then we can bend the tab back down. Just need a screwdriver to do that. Just make sure it bites into the plastic. Otherwise, every time you... Well, I wouldn't recommend using a headphone on these. I mean, they were designed originally for earphones, not headphones, so... don't plug a headphone in. Let's have a look what we've got. So we've got a bit of scratch in there, so I'm going to touch that up. I don't know if I can tighten up this spring clip. I don't think so. Oh yeah, maybe. It's a bit tighter. Yeah, that's good. That's got it tighter. So I just need to touch in the black around that now. Let's do that as well. So I'm just using some Rustin's black hobby enamel. Just going to go in where they've got these marks. Again, these marks weren't me really. I think I may have done a couple of them. It's not quite as good as it was to start with, but let's say I think someone sprayed WD-40 in that and it's got on the back of the board and it makes the paint very soft. I'm just touching it up with this paint where it's chipped, just so as you can't see any light through the dial plate. Again, this does go off pretty quick. Details, you see. And now you shouldn't see any light through the dial plate. A little tiny bit by the headphones there still, right on the edge. Anywhere else when I've got the paint out? A little tiny scratch by the volume pot. Yeah, I can see it. Got that. And there's a little tiny dot there. Right, that'll do. I'll be messing about with that for ages else. You have to go right up to the edge because we got two like chromed plastic pieces. I'm just going to go and wash my brush out because this is water based. Whew. Right, let me just go and wash out the brush. So that's to say, that's all I use, just Rust-Oleum Craft and Hobby from Traeger Mills. Look. Alright, let's just oh, and I've painted my hands as well. It's part of the course, isn't it? You've got to paint the hands. How we all doing? You're not all gone to sleep yet, have you? I could do with going to sleep. Maddie's down there waiting patiently for me, look. She's just giving me the eye. That's our yellow Labrador. It's time for a quick beer break. You missed a chunk. Loads of guests checked into the hotel. Wow. Can't knock that, Rolf. Right, so I've got nice dirty hand marks all over that again now. So I probably want to just quickly clean those off before I put it back on and stick the switches on. So I'm just going to use some of this Novus plastic shine, which I did go over it with, but I've had me grubby hands all over it. Just using one of their lint-free cloths. You think I'd get sponsorship, wouldn't you? Yeah, lots of grubby hand marks all over this, but I just really want to concentrate on the area where the switches are because I can't get at that once the switches are in. And we've got a little bit of grease on there. Let's get a bit of isopropyl for that. There and there, a bit on there. Probably a bit of flux, I expect. You're still there, Mike? Good. Jeff, time for bed. Yeah, Jeff, if you want to email me, mate, about aerials, then you're welcome to. I'll quickly give you my email address. Yes, if you want to drop me an email, that's my email address, Jeff. And thanks for dropping in from Oz as well. So yeah, if anybody wants anything repaired, drop me an email. I'm pretty much up to date at the moment. So what that tends to mean is it means that I can concentrate and get some of my own stuff done and out the door. Stuff like this, really, restorations of my own radios to order, really. And I've still got to get Chris sorted with a Sovereign and a Sovereign 3, so don't worry, Chris, I have got that in hand, and maybe looking at getting this one as well. You never know. If the chap that wanted this doesn't come back to me, then I'll give him one more email and it's up for grabs. Now, I've just made the back of that not particularly nice. What's going on with that, man? Really don't want to rub too hard on the back of this, because the writing starts coming off, you're in all sorts of trouble. Although it's not too bad on these. Make sure we're nice and clean. Better. Right. Okay. Let's get that off the screen. Have I ever used a Dremel with Novus onto polish? No, I haven't, Brett. I have been sort of thinking about a car buffer, but you still have the C64 to recap. I've got 4 C64s to recap. I've got 4, Anthony. Hi, yes, how are you? Okay, so this is ready to go on, but what I want to just quickly do is check that for one. I want to just put a little tiny drop of oil on all of these brass pulleys. Have you tried it, Brett? Okay, so just a little tiny bit there. Can't oil the spindle on these because it's remote, if you know what I mean. So we need to pop this back in now, very carefully. Okay, why is that not going down there? Why isn't that sitting down flush there? Oh no, it is. Okay, yeah, I'm trying to force it. It doesn't need forcing. Right, so the next thing to do is to solder these things back. So let me just find where's my little chrome things, just to hold this top on a minute, stop it stop it coming adrift. It's looking good, isn't it? Looking very nice. It's going to be another one of these ones that I don't want to part with, isn't it? I'd never want to part with any of them, really. Can't keep them all, Graham. As Mrs. Cruncher would say, you need to get rid of some. Do you need that many? No, I don't need that many. And I do need to get rid of some. I can hear it all. She is right, though. You know, I've always been a bit of a collector, that's the trouble. No matter what I've done, I've always collected stuff. I went through all the stamp. I'm still a stamp collector, I must admit. Still a stamp collector. I collect German and English stamps. British. Let's turn that up a bit. So we're very close to actually seeing, oh, if this radio works. Have I cured it? Oh, you little devil. Thank you. So the old story. Yeah, it sounds familiar for everybody, doesn't it? Just done some Ford Fiesta headlamps and they look okay. I'd like to try, I bought in one of the auctions a while back, I bought a car polisher. And the problem is if you get the, start again. If you go too mad on the top of one of these with a polishing bonnet or something similar, you will actually burn the perspex. So it needs to be something with quite a slow speed on it. So that's why I think Dremels might be a little bit too aggressive, unless you've got one of the ones that does go down to quite a low speed. I think the battery ones are quite slow. I fancied getting one of those. Amanda, hold on to. It's George, I take it, is it? Hello, George. They use silicone to finish off and fill the scratches. Right, okay. So Million Chip likes Walkmans. Got all the radios we need, but not as many as we want. I just like the different ones, you know. But I tend to pick them up. I see something that I think is a bit of a bargain, or something that needs fixing, and I got a soft spot for it, and home it comes, you know. Oh, I don't know what that was, just fell down, but I'm just having a bit of a clear up of tools here again, because we've got loads of tools out on the bench and not a lot of bench space. Because I am very nearly there. Just got to connect the headphone. Okay, now I've got that's twisted around a little bit, so that's going to complicate matters. Let me get to my headphone jack pictures. There we are. So yeah, I've twisted that headphone jack around now, haven't I? I'm pretty sure, let me just double check where the switch is. I think that's a switch there, is it? We don't want that to be the switch, surely. Yeah, I've pretty much got this twisted right the way round. He wants to be right round there. Like that, I think. Oh, come on. So, one side is ground, which is that one. That's our switch there. So we want the orange wire on the top, ground on the bottom. Talking to myself again, but you know how it is. Can you see what I'm up to? You probably can't. I'm up over here. I'm up on the headphone jack. That's that one. Now the middle one is the speaker wire. We are getting ready to fire this up, people. So go and grab your drinks quick. Don't miss the finale. Right. Put the screw in that. I believe it's that one. Is it that one? It's that one. Let's catch up when we chat again. Apologies. Well, you've had success, Doug, slowing the Dremel down on the Variac. Okay. You ruined your paint on your car years ago with an orbital polisher. Yeah. You can burn it, can't you? Part of £1 radios fit in the car. It's good that you can get bargains like that. I'm just wondering if that actually is that one there. Let's leave that out for a minute. Right, okay. We need a speaker. And I think this speaker here worked, didn't it, from memory? I think we used this one last time. Okay, right, clear the decks. It's time. It is time. Exciting stuff. Have we fixed this radio? Will it work? Or have we still got an issue with it? Was it that capacitor? Oh. Somewhere we've got a nice couple nice shiny knobs to put on it. It's the volume on off one. Look at that. It's nearly there. Yeah, odds on. What are we on? So let's go with AFC. Let's go VHF. Clip onto that aerial. All my clip leads are all over the place at the moment. They're all being used for things. Let's use a smaller one. It's exciting stuff. I'm just going to clip that on for an aerial. Got the speaker in behind. Let's change connectors. So if you want to see what I think the issue was, you'll need to rewind the video to the start, really, because it looks like it was a capacitor. Okay, we're on 9 volts. I need my clippies. Doesn't fire up. Yeah, let's hope not. Let's hope not, Colin. See, I remembered it. Drum roll. You have a battery drum that's got a variable speed on it. Yeah, they do have variable speed, but usually even the slowest speed is too fast, Derek. And I haven't got a Dremel. I've got a Black & Decker. I don't know if you've seen my my poor man's Dremel. This is the poor man's Dremel. But I don't know what the slowest speed is on it. It is variable. But it's just got a 1 to 6, and you notice I've got it on 1. I very rarely got to ever have it higher than 1. Why you want such a high speed for, I don't know. But I think I have tried polishing with that, Brett, and I think it did burn the plastic from memory, but it was a long time ago, so I might be wrong. Right, okay. Fire in the hole. Let's get somewhere where there should be a station. There should be something on 100. Fingers crossed, everybody. Are you ready? London Terminal Southwest is busy. He's working his socks off. Oh, am I connected? I haven't got my aerial connected up at the moment. I'll tell you what I am going to do quickly. I'm going to leave you in suspense because I'm going to skip to the loo again. So it's time. Brace yourselves. We're going to fire it up. How are we doing for time? 5:30. Okay. Got time to have a look at some of my weird and wonderful connectors in a minute. Right, it's time. It is time. It is time to see if it works. Loo brake. You've got to. Danish Native has got the Black & Decker too. It's got stepped speeds. Ben's saying he's pleased with all the valve sets. Well, good luck with that, Ben. It is a lot of work. But they are good fun to do. Right, here we go then. Power supply's on. It's not good. Still not working. No! Right, now is this... I don't know why we've got this big pop when it comes on. Now, have we got something that's no short on it? But it's still not working. Interesting. So we're going to thump from the speaker. Which would indicate there is... Let's touch the wiper. Nothing. It's drawing 30 milliamps like it wants to come on. I wonder if that speaker's knackered. Let me have a oh no! Burnt out a transformer. Cap in wrong way. It could be. It wouldn't be the first time, Brett. It would not be the first time, Brett. I can tell you that. Let's pop this one out again, and I'll double check that I've got the capacitors in the right way around. Or can I see them from here? Okay, so that one is -4, that's correct. This one is negative that way. That one is... that way, that was negative forward. That one's negative to the right, negative to the left. That one's correct. That one's correct. That one's correct. No, the caps are all in the right way round. Something somewhere is not playing ball. What have we got here? Now, I did put a new output transistor in this, didn't I? Because that was shorted. Unless I've got that headphone connection the wrong way round, maybe. Let's have a poke around a minute. So all my caps are in the right way round as far as I can see. No issues there. Let's find my signal tracer and let's see if we've got anything anywhere. So let's have a look here. What have we got? We've obviously got ground there.
tickets at My Fair Lady Music.
Okay, so we've got the module's good. That's a.
Knowing that my investments are all in order. You're having low fees, so
I bet it's a headphone socket. No.
Value to investors. When investing, you'll
So it's coming out.
start the day in a positive way. Classic FM's More Music Breakfast with regular news.
So the problem is in the amplifier still.
Fashion, restyling your home. Advice from someone well known.
So I've got signal in it. Bypass the headphones, yeah. Can try that a minute. Let's just try that. Let's bypass the headphone socket. Just in case I have got it the wrong way round. Let me have a think though. Is it those two that need to go together? No, it's not that. It's quite a pop, isn't it? There's definitely something amiss in the amplifier. Apologies for that racket. So it's coming. Oh, hang on. Let me have a think here. So it's getting through T1. It's getting through T1. TR1, sorry. So it's getting through TR1. Okay, TR. Trying to make head or tail of this. Oh, right, okay, yeah. So it's getting through TR1, okay. This is good stuff, isn't it? It's good stuff. Right, let's find this circuit diagram for you a minute. Let's check. Okay. Now we want that one. So we've got the signal coming through TR1, no problem at all. So it goes through C19, C20 next, and it ends up at the base of TR2. So let's see if we've got anything on the base of TR2. Actually, if I... Let me zoom in on this. I'll keep it on the thing a minute, and I'll try and zoom in and do picture-in-picture with the main camera, so you can see where I'm prodding. I'll just double check that we're on that. Okay, so you can see the main camera up in the corner. Hopefully that's big enough. If you're on a phone, unfortunately you're not going to see that, but if you're on a computer or tablet, you should be able to see that. Right, TR2. So this was TR1 in here. So base, emitter, collector. So collector comes over to here. Where's TR? I'm looking at the wrong circuit here anyway, really. I need to be looking at this one, really. Base of TR2. Where is the base of TR2? In fact, where is TR2? TR3, TR6, TR4, TR5. Got our link there. To there. I'm trying to find here we are, TR2. It's down here somewhere. Base. There's TR2 down here, right, okay.
Before that, Benjamin theme to the Young Person's Guide to the Orchestra.
It's working.
Cox was in charge of the Bournemouth Symphony Orchestra. And I'm John for some Sibelius.
It's a dodgy volume pot.
A man who never could resist an invitation to compose something that celebrates King of Peter was commissioned to write.
It's a knackered volume pot. What is going on with that volume pot? That sounds horrible. It's the volume pot. Let me see if I can find my deoxit stick in there, because I'm sure I've already sprayed that with Servisol. Somewhere here I've got deoxit, but where is it? It's hiding with its horrible nozzle. There it is. What is going on with this? I'm trying to find faults that aren't there again. It is working. Let's pop that off. So I've just given the old volume pot a squirt. Try that.
That's about how to play this. Join me, Zara McDermott, for Love in the... Doing things. Martin, all the great stories.
well. I always love photos of puppies, chickens, horses, parrots. It's always brilliant. Now get thinking as well, very soon we are going to be having the Make a Difference Award. So for someone in your life who's gone a bit above and beyond, done something you love to do, or in your community, those little grey cells going. We want to honour truly remarkable people by recognising
Wow.
their achievements and contribution to life where we live. People
Trying to find a photo that's not there again.
that's all she cares about.
If you know a brilliant volunteer, a great carer,
They should be recognised because they help hundreds of people.
or someone who's going above and beyond for our environment, we want to hear from you.
The Make a Difference Award.
Yes.
Categories and details of how to nominate someone, go to bbc.co.uk/make a difference, where you can also see full-term and actors. Will be announced at our Make a Difference Awards ceremony in September.
That's much better. Now, I did clean that with Servicol.
BBC Radio Devon.
I think that's going to stop you.
Well, you know, there's always an opportunity.
No,
for
Lindy,
distraction.
no.
I'm going to do my very best.
If you know Lindy, don't offer her. Don't.
Doing something to help.
Next, you talk on fake.
Long wave.
Facebook.
His face.
Looking for wood, read by Romero. Couple of composed touches from Christian Romero as well. There was no pressure, there was no hacking at the...
About and sharing advice that might be useful for you to know. Well, there's something
Does sound good.
we heard a lot about recently.
Danish.
And we thought
Thank you,
this
mate.
is the time to talk about it. Next week we're going to be talking about the cost of living.
Thanks, Mr. Danish.
We'll be looking at how it affects you, what you can do to save your money, what's going on with our brilliant here, Iona Bain. She's always so helpful. Yeah, she really is. She knows everything about money. So make sure you listen next week. And you can get in touch now if you want, if you've got a question about the cost of living. 03700 100 100 is the...
Of your sweetness, I will always love you for what it's worth. Never.
And this who are frankly terrified about what.
Before you get loose and start to lose your mind, have you?
Whoa, she works. Woohoo! Thank God for that. Bob's saying shove it back in the box while it still works. Yeah. Right, let's just sort this headphone socket out, make sure that that isn't an issue. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that I did clean that on-off switch. So this goes to show that maybe not all switch cleaners are the same. Okay. Well, there you are. I mean, what can we say? It's working. It's working. I've got loads of deoxit everywhere as usual. That stuff leaks for a pastime. That's why I don't use it. It's got a terrible top on it. Basically, this thing here fills up with switch cleaner. Nasty. And they put way too big a nozzle on it, so I've had to heat shrink a smaller one on it. I don't know what they're thinking. I mean, they just like you to get rid of the stuff really quick, don't they? So you buy some more. Right, okay, we're good. We are good. There's other adjustments to do on this thing yet, though. There's other things to do.
1754.
But we are there. We are there. Crazy that a dodgy volume pot would stop us working right at the last minute, isn't it? Lastminute.com. So for those of you who haven't seen it, this is the front case. We've got a couple little dinks in the speaker, as you can see. I mean, I'm holding that against the light. If you hold it flat, you can't really see them apart from this one over here. But this has got timber behind it, so you can't physically get at that. The speaker's very loose. I don't think I loosened that. So I'm going to tighten that up a little bit. Bit of fader lube, Doug. I don't know if I could get fader lube in there, really, Doug, without pulling the pot apart. I do like that fader lube stuff, though. I've been using that on the Sony potentiometers. Right, let's have a think about getting this back in the case then a minute. I'm going to pop it back together now and we'll call it a done deal. Although before it goes to whoever's having it, I will quickly go through the final alignments on it, which is the... Actually, I've got to put that screw back in there, haven't I? So the final alignments is the... What am I trying to say? I'm trying to do too many things at once. So we've got to set up the midpoint voltage and quiescent current as per usual. I have changed the transistor, so that does need doing. I'm trying to think where that one came from. Pretty sure that's that one. They make deoxit fader lube as a spray. They do if you've got a very big bank account, Anthony. I think it's something like 30 quid a pop. It's crazy, absolutely crazy. I ought to get some though, because I have started using it quite a bit, and I would like one of those deoxit ones with a little needle on it as well, the D100. Thanks all. Right, where's my driver for that? That's there. I should have them really, Doug. I must admit, you know, I really ought to have them, being that I do this for a living. That's that one. That's in there. Let's pop this back in its case and then we can have a listen to it working as God intended it. The radio God, that is. Oh, look at that. That looks absolutely stunning, that does. Look at that. Oh, you can't see it because I've got the camera backed up a bit, but that looks absolutely amazing. It's going to get the... oh, actually, no, I need that. Always catches me out, that does. Always catches me out, and that is this thing here. This, I always forget to put that in every time. So it's a bit of a strange beast, this is. So that one hooks in there, goes like that. Make sure no wires are caught anywhere. Apologies, I've got it upside down now. On my lap. £23. Oh, that's not a bad price. Yeah, that's not bad. 23. I mean, so I just need to connect these wires back up. So we've got our speaker. But let's connect the power socket up first. Let me just pop something on the desk because I don't want to get this scratched up now. Not after spending all that time and effort on it. Years ago, they sold deoxit in a brown glass bottle so you could lightly swab it on or use it as a dropper. You can still get deoxit D100, which is the stuff that Doug's let me have the little sample thing off. I can't put my hand. Oh yeah, this the red stuff. You can get this one with a little like needle dropper bottle. It's a shame they don't make it. They don't get a decent importer and make it a bit more. What's the word I'm looking for? I remember where that screw goes now. Damn. Oh well. Yeah, they ought to really get a decent distributor and get the price down a little bit. I think they'd sell a lot of it over here. Right. What I should have done before I started putting all this back together was test the... Yeah, no worries, thank you. I should have tested it after I rewired that headphone socket, because there's still a chance I've got that 180 degrees out. I've got to put the little screw that secures the heatsink to the chassis. I'll just look for the wiring for this. I'll tell you why I can't find it, because it's here. So we've got the red is that one. Black is the other one. Green. Speaker wires. So that there, that there, and we've got the aerial. What should we do? Is that that's a brand new one. Thanks, Rob. Yeah. Right, let's have a go here. So let me pop the bottom on a minute. And we'll hook it up with the power jack on the back. Now, what did I do with the thing for the bottom? This. I think I know the one you mean. Is it isn't it, is it something like contact with a K? Something like that? Yeah, this radio is looking really smart. So let's get the power cable. I think we said it was centre pin positive, didn't we? Of course, that doesn't fit, does it? Typical. You need the long one for this. You need a long cable. Ubiquitous. Sonax, okay. Sonics. Now somewhere I've got a long reach one of these, but I ain't going to be able to find the blimmin' thing, am I? Always the same. Whenever you want something, you can never get your hands on it. Seem to have a bit of a lack of PP9s at the moment. The reason is I've cleared everything up as usual. I've had a clean up of my battery stash, and I put them and they're right in the bottom of the box. It's typical, isn't it? Sod the expense. Let's open a brand new battery, look, shall we? Sonax. Interesting stuff, milling chip. We'll have to look that up. And is that a liquid, like a dropper type one, rather than a spray can? Because I do like the dropper. It's much better than spraying the whole blimmin' radio every time you go near it. And the D100 is really strong as well. Right, so let's pop this battery in. Hang on, there's still an issue. I wonder if that battery's any good. .4 volts. He's good, so is my headphone socket no good now? I think we've got a problem with the volume pot on this, you know. That sounds shocking. It might be the battery dropping. Let's have a look. Let's have a look what it's doing. £16.30 on Amazon. Is that Sonex stuff? Sounds like Kim Wilde. It could be. Oh, hello. Something's shorting in here. Something is shorting. Now, what is touching the case? It's never ending, isn't it? Something is short in there.
It's a gorgeous, really stunning, also very close to where my horse is.
What is going on there? What is shorting?
Send you a record if you'd be down to listen to it. Great.
I love that even you're in the position you're in now, you know, so established, so successful, you still feel the need to be like, hey, I don't know if you know me, but...
Yeah, defo.
Never assume.
Well, never assume. Just, hey, can I send you a record? And they're really embarrassing if they're like, who are you?
That doesn't happen, does it?
Yes, what are you doing?
And I'm so glad they said, yeah, like, this new song is a bop, by the way. We're going to see where it charts in just a bit. Mabel, back on the show in a minute. Let's recap.
Okay. He's coming back out again. It seems that we've got a short on that capacitor that's joined to the input of the volume control. So, it's never ending. Sunday. It wouldn't happen if it was a Saturday. It's in hand. Don't worry. Don't panic. I can see what the issue is. I just need to get it back out of the case and find out what's touching what, because it seems to be... What's that screw on? Should have enough room to wiggle it out again. So, something up here. I think it's somehow this capacitor here. How bizarre. Let me just test it out the radio. Where's my rubber mat gone again? Because I don't want to get any scratches on this. The Oxit D5L in a brown glass jug. D5L, never heard of that. Right, so I've got it on current limit. Where's my poker gone? Something here is shorting. Can I get you in? Let's move it over this way a bit. I might be able to show you what I'm looking at. So can you see that tropical fish capacitor there? Now when I touch that lead there, the short goes. I don't know whether it's this capacitor is touching this case maybe. I'm not sure, but something there is causing it. So let me turn it back on again. So you can hear it. Hang on, I might have something else. Hang on. That might be me shorting that out. Okay. So we're on current. Something here is shorting. So we've still got a short there. I need to just pump that current down a little bit. We don't want 170 milliamps going through it. Right. What is that? Seems to be in the area of this cap. So let's just have a look in underneath there. How bizarre. Let me have a further look. Something there. Where's my eyes gone? Strangely enough, this is the capacitor that was causing the problem before. Hang on a second. It's that blimmin' resistor again. Okay. Can you remember initially when we found the first fault on it, there was a resistor that was shorting? Well, it's moved since I've done that. What is going on with it? Something weird going on here. I can see what it is. What they've done, Roberts, in their wisdom, they put a massive, great long lead in on the power switch. Pop that off. You can't. I don't think you're going to be able to see it. But if you look, can you see in between these two capacitors? There's a resistor right in there. See it? And just in behind this one, there's another resistor there. Got the light in slightly the wrong angle, but it's around that area. It's nothing to do with my capacitor. It's the junction of those two resistors and one side of the on-off switch that's causing the problem. Now, what the hell have they done? They put a really long lead in there and they've curled it around and not pulled it through properly. I wonder if that's been like that since day one, you know. It must be. It may be why this radio is looking so new. Perhaps it's never ever worked because of that problem. Now let me see, where the hell is that go to? So it comes through. All right, so it's that wire there. Let's get you down a little bit. Can you see here where I'm pointing? There's a wire that's really in tight to the board. And what it is it curls around and it comes back on itself and it's shorting out the resistor in behind. If I can grab that and pull it through, it'll pull it's got like what you'd call a pigtail on it. If I can pull that through, that'll clear it. There, can you see now that I've pulled that sort of like loop back through now? I wonder if that's cleared it. Let me have a look at the other side of the board. Really badly put together. That's cleared it now. That's totally clear. Right, okay. So now, this should be it. That's bad, isn't it? I bet you that's been like that forever, you know. That's it.
The twist of the English hair. Here's a picture of purple paint, 2 powder paint. She's not jealous.
No escaping that Michelangelo's art is very erotic. I mean, it is very...
Into the trigger song.
So my job is, I currently work in a Primark warehouse, living my best life, driving my little, picking some boxes.
Go on, Katie, with an eye. Miss Reeve. Now, Katie, this is it, the trigger. What is the song and what memory does it trigger?
So I absolutely love the cinema, and I've always gone to the cinema loads, and I remember being at the audience cinema, and we were watching the advert, me and my mate.
Especially in the figure who sits and suddenly...
Right, okay, we're back in business. Let's get this monster back in the case once again. And try it again. As $48, £36.60. What's 30? Okay. Available in the bottle for a small price of $48. You can do the exchange rate. 118 mil. 100% solution and no waste. Same as D100. As dry solder joint. No, it's the it's basically the solid wire that goes to the on-off switch was somehow jammed and touching a resistor. Dear oh dear, they certainly like to test me, don't they? Actually, while I'm in here, I'm going to pop that screw back in there on the amplifier while I remember. Let's pop E back on. Get that one done. Well, I remember it. You never doubted me. You gotta be patient with these things. They're old radios, many years old. They got a light. What's the words I'm looking for? Not a life of their own, but you know what I mean. They've got a character of their own then, shall we say. Alright, let's pop these back in. He never doubted me, no, I know. Loctite Super Lube. Never heard of that one either. I mean, you know, I was sort of brought up on Servasol Super 10, really. That was all you could get here. It's only till I started watching YouTube that I learnt about deoxit. And to be fair, that probably wasn't the issue. I think maybe I just moved the volume pot and removed that short temporarily. It was definitely a dead short on that. It's typical that it took me putting it back in the case to find it out, wouldn't it? But, you know, you've got to have patience with these old things. They have many hours on the dial, yes, certainly do. Be interesting to check out another R16. I've never seen it before, Theo. I must admit, I have done a lot of these radios. I'm well into double figures of ones of these that I've fixed. So I'm not into treble figures yet, but I'm definitely well into double figures with them. And I've not had that before. I have had shorts on them, but it's usually stuff short into the case inside, to the top panel. One thing you'll notice as well is these new PP9s are bigger than the old original ones. So you do have fun and games getting them in. It would help if I didn't have the wires in the way, mind you, but you know. You don't want the wire touching the speaker either, because that doesn't create a nice sound. Right. Final switch on, take two. Are you ready? Robert's R600, take 10. In a very lovely red colour, I must admit. That does look really smart, doesn't it? With its nice new wireless for the blind transfer on the back. It's a lovely looking radio.
They were basing this activity off of another stereotype, which is that all gay men must hate their fathers and must be too close to them.
There is an issue with that volume pot. I think once the deoxit gets down to the switch, it'll be fine.
I'm very confused. I hate him. I understand him too well.
He does sound very nice. Thank you, Anthony.
Exam tomorrow. They want Camila Cabello to do it again. Good luck with that, guys. It's a fix. Please be Harry. So deserves it. We're going to know who's done it tonight in 4 songs.
Mom had a moment because she heard the panic in my voice. And she turned to one of the counselors and she said, I don't know why I've never asked this before, but what are your qualifications? And he said, well, I've been through Alcoholics Anonymous, and one of our fellow counselors is a marriage counselor. And my mom said, well, how does that give you the right to talk about these subjects?
Deoxit fund.
And he said, well, you know, God is moving through me, and if you take him out here, you're going to be a bad mother. And my mom's instinct in that moment was that they were wrong. We were driving back, didn't know if we were going to leave or stay. And she turned to me in the car and she said, do you feel like you're going to kill yourself?
Covered in blood and surrounded by instruments of his torture, including the nails for his hands and feet and a scourge for his back. In the second,
it's going to get
Book your tickets at myfairladymusical.co.uk. The famous
Let's try. I got way too much on for long medium wave, to be fair. But we'll give it a try. Long wave.
As I said at the site, I guess there's a bit of a theme.
Turn that off.
I certainly didn't go looking for it, as I listened to hours of radio this week, but it's in the air.
Better.
It's on the air. Not all forms of masculinity are toxic. I say that. To dictators, to the fathers.
Medium wave.
Just how terrible they've been, and Gordon is actually
so much interference in here, it's unreal. When I've got something giving a carrier there, it's one of the computer ones. You just, hi Trev, you just checked a wire on your R600 and it's a hair's width away. Yeah, it's dodgy, isn't it? Very dodgy. There you are, people. Done. And I was just going to quickly show you what I picked up. I mean, it's not really that, but I've been looking for some leads to make, well, to basically replace. This is my hookup lead for my power supply. So let me get it down. This is what I picked up recently with my super chats and all the rest of it. It all goes in the pot. And I picked up some of these banana plugs because these ones here, really, these are meant for speakers. And they don't sit very well in the power supply. They really slop about. So I wanted some of these leads. So I went to Switch Electronics first on eBay. Great company, and they're really quick. They've got some really good quality bits and pieces, and I picked up these to start with. I'll just dig one out. So this is a shrouded plug. I'm not 100% sure how they go together. I assume it just goes in. Let me have a think. That goes in there like that. Then that goes in there like that, and it's all soldered, it all clips together, and you would basically put your lead in the back like that. And you've got your shrouded plug. The problem is the power supply has got different type of banana connectors on it. Now this would fit perfectly in a multimeter. Perfect for a multimeter, but for the power supply I need a retractable shroud. So let me just demonstrate that for you. So if I go up to, let me have a look here. What are you going to do, Graham? Let's get past all my mess up to the, where are we? So there's a power supply. Let's get my light out of the way. So at the moment you can see I've got these in there. These are from an avometer, and they've got retractable plugs, and they sit in there very nicely. You've got retractable shrouds, I mean. They're nice and firm. They plug in really nice. But that's the ones I use with the croc clips. These here, if I plug these in, you see how sloppy they are. And they're not shrouded either. So something could drop down and short them out. It wouldn't really matter with the power supply, but the problem this, I mean, these here fit in there. Really nice, firm, really nice and firm. Great stuff. There's a much better end on it. The problem is the shroud won't go past this piece, so it just won't plug in. But if we come across to my bench meter here, that goes right in there now, really deep. And if I pop it in this shroud, you can see that the shroud actually fits in there. Yeah, so that's correct. So these are okay for making up multimeter leads, but they're no good for my bench supply. So let's get down on the bench again. I had a look at CPC. So these are from Switch Electronics. They're very good, really cheap. Enter CPC. Now this, I've got problems with this. Hi Rich A, thank you mate. So these are from CPC. This is what I want. Now I've actually made one up here. So it basically comes in a few different parts. So your lead would go through there. Then you've got a little collet, and you've got the plug with a retractable front on it. So if I screw that back in, so we've now got pretty much the same as the Avo leads. If if I grab my Avo leads back again. So again, we've got retractable shrouds on them. So if we go back up to the power supply again, you'll see that this will now sit in there very nicely. And we've got retractable shroud. Of course, they will work in some multimeters as well. If you've got an Avo like this, they'll work in those. If you can see that or not. They work in the Avos, so you can make up a set of leads for your Avos. But the shrouded, the other type won't fit in the Avos. So you need the retractable ones. It's a pain in the backside. So anyway, there was one other issue, and this I'm going to have to speak to CPC on this tomorrow. So here's a kit with all the parts. Look, if you can see that or not. Yes, you can. So we've got the sort of piece that the plug goes into, and then we've got the retention and the strain relief for the cable and all the other bits. Okay, that's the black ones. Let's get to the red ones then. Cheers, Derek. So, here's the red ones, but that piece there is missing. The strain relief piece that holds it all together is missing. And I bought 4 of those, and they're all exactly the same. They've all got that part missing. They've all got that part missing, which is a real pain in the backside. So now I've got to get hold of CPC. I've got to tell them that they're wrong and there's a bit missing out of them. It's strange because these are a different type of packaging, but they're exactly the same plug, and they've got the same part number, apart from one lot's red and one lot's black. So that back piece there with the screw thread is missing out of all the red ones. What a pain, isn't it? What a pain. Anyway, Joseph King, thank you very much, Joseph. Right, let's get on to me now. So yeah, that's some bits that I picked up this week. I will, if anyone's got any links for Deoxit or any other alternatives, then drop me what am I on about? An email. That's my email. So let me just catch up with the chat a minute. So thanks very much for the tips and the super chats again today, people. Great stuff. It really does help. So, and Simon's World, Simon, your veg thing on your YouTube channel, really good, mate. But I still can't leave comments on it because I think you've got it set up for children. You've got it for kids, I think, and it won't let us comment on it. Grew up on rose hip syrup. I used to love that stuff. I used to drink that. So yeah, thanks for all the comments. Just catching up with everyone. China-made banana plugs and jacks. Don't buy loose fit, poor quality. Been trying to find some old school H.H. Smith surplus for making your leads. Yeah, I've been looking for them for quite some time. I did find some really expensive ones, but you know, they were like $5 each plug, something like that. Crazy money. These are made by, let me get it up a minute because I had it here just now. These are branded. They're not unbranded plugs. Let me just go back to CPC again a minute. Better off just going to history, and I really. Cliff Electronics they're made by. Where are we? Screen cap cube. Are you on my screen? Yes, you are. So yeah, here we are. Look. 4mm banana plug retractable with shroud. They're £1.92 each, including VAT. So they're quite expensive. You're looking at £2. I mean, I bought 4. I should have bought 5 really, look, because I could have got a price break at 5. I could have got 10p each off at 5. I didn't suss that. And if I click on the data sheet, so definitely the red ones have got this back piece as well. This piece here is just totally missing, this piece. So whether I can relay that over the phone to them, I do not know. So it's just slightly different number, but this is Cliff Electronic Components, so it might be worth giving them a bell as well. But obviously my contract's with CPC, not with Cliff. They've obviously packaged them up and they've missed this piece out on the end, which is a real pain. They, you know, I would say they are good plugs. They do them in 90-degree ones as well, but I wanted the straight ones purely for my power supply. The right angle ones work better for the multimeters, but the straight ones work better for my power supply. So just so I can make up some different leads really to plug in and out my power supply. So there you are. That's my my little purchase of the week anyway. Radionics. Rich A, thank you Rich as well. Thanks Anthony. So yeah, that was good to get that radio sorted. That was a bit touch and go at the end there with that that short. That really did throw me. That I didn't expect that. I did not expect that. But that's the beauty of old radios, isn't it? I'll keep you informed, Chris. Yeah, it is a beauty, isn't it? So someone will fall in love with that, I'm sure. No worries, Danish. No problem with your etiquette whatsoever, mate. Pomona, yeah. Very good stuff. Pomona. If you have a distributor for Pomona in the UK, they are good. Yeah, Cliff makes some awesome plugs. You've been to their factory and they're great. Yeah, it's surprising, isn't it? Because it is a well-known brand. Unstoppables, you enjoyed your Virgin Stream tune-in. Press on with Regent Tone, ARG99A, and pretend you know what you're doing. Thanks very much. I hope you've subscribed, Unstoppables. So I did have one new Patreon, didn't I? I haven't posted an awful lot on Patreon this week. But if you are interested in keeping up with me in the week, then search for me on Patreon. Where am I? Where's my posts? Just trying to find my latest Patreon. Oh yes, I had my brother here in the week with this massive amplifier, this headphone amplifier that was broken. So that went on Patreon this week. Oh, and I did the final demo on the Bush VTR 178 that I fixed. So that works amazingly well. Sounds great, that does. Nice radios they are, but a bit of a pain to pull apart. So yeah, I pulled all this apart for my brother. It was a bit of a nightmare. Basically, this shaft had broken off. It had been into an electronics repair, and they tried to get the top off of it, but they couldn't. So it's a hybrid amplifier. It's got valves and transistors in, but there's a sheet of glass that goes over here. As you can see, there's a sheet of glass there, and underneath the sheet of glass there's all these screws. So literally you've got to take the glass off of the top. You can see these like glazing pads on it. So to heat them up with a hot air gun, prise this top off, and then undo all of these little tiny Allen key screws all the way around, and this top panel then came off. And I was in. So I'm just trying to find my latest Patreon. Just to welcome him, because I haven't got him on the list yet. And it is Van Flick. So Van Flick, welcome, mate, and thanks for joining my Patreons. I will add you next week to the credits. So that is it for today, people. Yes, it was Simon. It was. Ah, there he is. Geekology. Trev, coming next Sunday. £5,500 amp. Yeah, they did make a mess of it. Yeah, if you ever look at Trevor's channel there, Milling Chip, Geekology. Look, he's just said hello. How you doing, Trev? You look at Geekology's channel, you'll see that amplifier in all its glory. So yeah, the last Patreon was the wireless for the blind one, but I did go through that at the start, Simon, so that's why I haven't included it again. No worries. So thanks everybody today for all your input, helping me along, getting this radio sorted. And what should we do next Sunday? I don't know, but I'm sure we'll find something. And I think Trevor's coming. Trevor, you're coming next Sunday, aren't you? I think it was originally going to be Saturday, I think, but I cocked up the days. So there you go. That's it from me then, people. Hope you've enjoyed that. Don't forget to stay safe. There's still loads of COVID around, so you know, do the best you can to try and avoid it. It ain't going away anytime soon. Thanks, Trev Scott. Thanks everyone for joining me today. I think it is, bruv, yeah. Cheers for now. Have a good one. And I'm going to go and eat my tea with Mrs. Cruncher. Bye for now.